Para las personas que prefieren escuchar esta junta en español, pueden pasar con nuestro equipo de intérpretes al fondo de la sala del Concilio de la Ciudad para recibir asistencia. También pueden sintonizar la transmisión de las juntas del Concilio completamente en español usando el sistema SAP a través de los canales que ve en pantalla. Si prefiere ver la transmisión desde un dispositivo móvil o para descargar la agenda de la junta de hoy, visite la página web de la Ciudad de San Antonio, sa.gov/TVSA.
All right. Good morning. The time is now 9:15 a.m. on December 18th, 2025, and the meeting of the San Antonio City Council is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Corr. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Villagran.
Here.
Councilmember Munguia. Councilmember Castillo.
Here.
Councilmember Galvan.
Present.
Councilmember Alderete Gavito.
Here.
Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Spears. Councilmember White.
Here.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
Mayor, we have quorum.
Great, thank you. Good morning again. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez to introduce today's interlocutor.
Thank you, Mayor. Pastor Parker Zimmerman comes to us today from University Methodist Church in District 8. He graduated from the University of Texas at San Antonio in 2011 and Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary in 2014. After serving local churches in the Houston area for 7 years, he and his family moved to University Methodist Church in Northwest San Antonio in the summer of 2021. He and his wife, Hannah, enjoy being outside biking, playing guitar, fishing, and cooking with their 3 young children. University Methodist Church is a great friend and partner to not just District 8, but the entire city. They have graciously opened their doors to host the District 8 office for community meetings and special events throughout the year. University Methodist Church also hosts CAM Christian Assistant Ministry, whose mission is to share the love of Christ by providing immediate assistance and encouragement to people in crisis. I'd like to give thanks to Pastor Zimmerman for being here to give the invocation this morning and for all that you do and your congregation does to serve San Antonio. Thank you so much, Pastor.
Thank you. Mayor Ortiz-Jones, city council members, city officials, and all who have gathered here today. It is an honor to be before you giving today's invocation, especially in this season of Advent as we wait with hopeful expectation, not just for the celebration of Christmas, for the good work that's happening here. I want to offer a moment of silence and then a reading from a book called Every Moment Holy, a collection of liturgies and prayers and laments. This liturgy is for the labors of community, a prayer not just for those who serve in official roles, but for all of us who are trying to do the good work for our community. So let us begin our time together in a moment of silence. And let us pray. Our lives are so small, O Lord, our vision so limited, our courage so frail, our hours so fleeting. Therefore, give us grace and guidance for the journey ahead. We are gathered here because we believe that we are called together into a work we cannot yet know the fullness of, and still we trust the voice of the one who has called us. And so we offer to you, O God, these things, our dreams, our plans, our vision. Shape them as you will. Our moments and our gifts, may they be invested toward bright eternal ends. Richly bless the work before us, God. Shepherd us well, lest we grow enamored of our own accomplishment or entrenched in old habit. Instead, let us listen for your voice, our hearts ever open to the quiet beckonings of your Spirit in this endeavor. Let us in true humility and poverty of spirit remain ever ready to move at the impulse of your love and paths of your design. You alone, O God, have power to knit our imperfect hearts, our weaknesses, our strengths, our stories, and our gifts one to another. So unite your people and multiply our humble offerings, O Lord, that all might resound to your glory. May our acts of service and creation, frail and wanting as they are, be met and multiplied by the mysterious workings of your Spirit who weaves all things together toward a redemption more good and more glorious than we yet have eyes to see or courage to even hope for. May our love and our labors now echo in your love, in your labors, O Lord. O Spirit of God, now shape our hearts, guide our hands, and now build your kingdom among us. It's in the name of Jesus that we live and pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Item 3 is approval of the minutes for the City Council meetings of December 3rd and December 4th. Are there any changes to the minutes? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion and a second for approval of the minutes?
I motion to approve meeting minutes.
It is moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Please vote. Okay, the motion carries. I will now recognize Councilmember Kaur for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor today to actually bring up 2 of our community members, actually a District 5 resident, Igo Mendoza. So Igo, if you want to come up with your team. Si quieres, puedes venir enfrente.
Thank you very much, Honorable Council. We had a kind of long presentation, but we'll do away with it because, and I'll tell you what, I am very much in favor of moving the elections, okay? My name is Henry Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Director for LULAC Concilio Zapatista, and I'm also have been appointed as the Civil Rights Chairman for the National League of United Latin American Citizens. We're here today, very basically, to tell you that on this new adventure that we're going into with the San Antonio Spurs, that we know that you know that the Mexican-American community is about the most loyal fan base that you could have anywhere. We are truly loyal to our Spurs. When they win, it's like a championship every time. When they really win, we parade around in our neighborhood, okay? And we go crazy. And it's a great thing because when we go to the games, it's just taken away from all the problems that are out there. It really is a time to even meditate for a little while and say, well, once we get out of there, the problems will still be there. But we are loyal to our Spurs. And here we have this group of people here. One of them, Mr. Igo Mendoza, who has done, he's a prolific songwriter, very talented. He can write a song about anything. But the Spurs, he's written quite a few, and it's gone viral in many Latin American countries, and they know about him, and they know about our Spurs because of him. And he has a song called "Go Spurs Go." We're very good at saying the Spurs are special, but we are loyal, and that's what my presentation here is all about. And we sent it to you. You have it, and I want you to look at it real closely again, and please be with us like we are with you. And I want to pass it on to Mr. Joe Flores here.
Thank you, Henry. Hi, my name is Joe Flores. I'm a local San Antonian. I've been here for 70 years. But one of the things that I want to do is simply introduce Igo. And I'm going to read a little something that's been written about Igo and relative to what impact he's had with writing songs about the Spurs. Igo Mendoza is often credited as Igo Mendoza Gallegos. He gained widespread attention as voice behind the popular San Antonio Spurs fan song, Go Spurs Go. It was originally recorded in 2008. He's recorded at least 7 Spurs-related songs over the past decade, including titles like Back to Back and Puro San Antonio Spurs Rule Number 1. His music blends fan enthusiasm with Tejano and merengue influences, and he's been recognized as a talented Latino composer capable of creating songs efficiently and creatively. His album Library of the Spurs, released in 2024, it features 18 songs totaling approximately 55 minutes. The whole reason for us to be here today before you, Council and Mayor, is to just give you a little friendly reminder of the fan base. You've seen these shirts all over town. I've got an old shirt from the 2005 Spurs Championship. It's 20 years old. I've got a rainbow hat that's been very popular. So the whole idea is that in moving forward in our relationship, the great close relationship that the Spurs have enjoyed with the Mexican-American Hispanic community, not only the citizens, but business owners, we want to ensure the proverbial seat at that table as we move forward so that we can grow along with the Spurs as they succeed financially. Hopefully the city and our community members will also grow with it. Thank you for your time, and I believe Igo has a few words in Spanish.
Gracias, mi lengua es en español, pero gracias, Mayor. Le agradezco por esta oportunidad al presidente número 5, al presidente número 1, por dar esta oportunidad. Represento los pequeños negocios del West Side por 50 y tantos años. Aparte de eso, el deporte y la hispanidad de nosotros, los pobres, los del West Side. He tratado de ser número 1 en cuestión como un fan de los Spurs. Hice la canción para ellos porque los aprecio. Es mi team. He tratado de hacer lo mejor por ellos. No una canción, sino que 18 canciones hablando de las historias de todos ellos. Y sigo siendo y seguiré siendo uno de los fans de las escuelas. Espero que todos y todas sean fans de los Spurs. Apoyemos a los Spurs, porque para mí los Spurs es uno de los teams mejores del mundo. Y por mis canciones se han oído en el mundo entero, en 215 países, y ahora se oyen casi en 247. Como testigos, el Express News, el iPaper, estaciones de radio, la televisión, pero yo creo que seguiré haciendo lo que pueda hacer por los Spurs. Gracias por esta oportunidad que me dan. Gracias, Mayor. Te lo agradezco de corazón. Para mí es un orgullo estar aquí y que me escuchen, y que escuchen al barrio del West Side. Represento los pequeños negocios, recuerden, y seguiré representándolo con mucho orgullo. Gracias.
Specifically, we want to thank Councilwoman Kaur and Councilwoman Terry Castillo for this. And also we have here he's not going to speak, but this man here is the driving force behind our effort. He is a historian, Tejano historian, and quite an activist for many years. As a matter of fact, he's like I used to be. I would come out swinging every time, not anymore. Thank you so much.
We're going to play it. So I just want to say thank you guys for coming. Thank you, Councilman Castillo, for working with us on this. And just to summarize what Igo was sharing, that his song has been heard across the world, across many areas, and he's from the West Side and really excited to have his music and his background and story being shown here. And he has a lot of pride for being here today, and he's feeling really honored. Just wanted to summarize that for folks because I know you didn't get a chance to. But we have your song queued up, so we're going to play it for just a few seconds.
Spurs, 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 Spurs. Go, Spurs, go. Going for number 5. San Antonio is very proud and happy for the time. Go, Spurs, go. going for number 5. San Antonio is very proud and happy for this time. Going for gold. Going for number 5.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank Ms. Power, who is the catalyst for this privilege that we're honored with, and Ms. Castillo. Hopefully, the rest of the board can understand how important it is for Eagle Mendoza to be recognized in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Council Members Cora and Castillo. Is there any objection to taking the consent agenda before the individual items so that we may clear the business for the day? Okay. Items 6 through 28 are on the consent agenda. This means they will be considered as a group, and there will not be a staff presentation unless pulled for individual consideration. Are there any items council members would like to pull from the consent agenda to be heard individually? We will do highlights a little later. Okay. Okay. Item number 16 is pulled by Council Member Mesa Gonzalez for individual consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, later, after, okay.
We have several members from the community signed up to speak on the consent agenda. I will call those individuals up in the order that they signed up. The first individual is Olivia De La Garza. All individuals will have 3 minutes to speak, and groups of 3 or more will have a total of 9 minutes. Olivia De La Garza, please. Rick Sinkfield will follow her, so if you'd please line up behind her. And then Jack Finger will be the final speaker.
Yes, hello, Mayor Jones. Thank you so much. My name is Olivia De La Garza, and I'm very honored to be here, especially to thank you for your amazing work. Everything that you're putting forth in our city are all the important issues that my family and I really care about. So you are doing an amazing job, and keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, Mayor Jones. Second of all, I just want to say that I really appreciate Councilwoman Gavito. I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, but I just want to let you know that your advocacy, taken to heart that a lot of my family lives in your district about safety in the streets. She went ahead and proposed to lower the speed limit 5 miles per hour, and I really appreciate you because my daughter tries to make it home every night from her overnight job as a supervisor, and there are street racers that take over the highway in your district and the streets while she's trying to take my grandkids to school. Because of your, instead of just talking the talk, you walk the walk. You actually take your constituents, whatever we address to you, you immediately address it, so I appreciate that, and I hope that goes forward. Also, thank you so much for allocating money to so students do not miss school. Because of that, you are making a big difference. Some of my children, while they were going to school, even college, used the VIA bus to make it, and they're very successful now. So what you introduced to the city is something that will prevent students from missing school. So thank you for everything you're doing. Continue the amazing work. My family in your district appreciates it, as well as Mrs. Castillo. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your work. Some of my family lives in your district, and because of your trying to put speed bumps in your district, it's going to help so that people actually don't speed. And it's going to, just put it this way, thank you for all your work. You do amazing work. And another thing, if y'all could all please consider voting no on the mud, because this Florida-based group from Florida is coming into our beautiful state of Texas and trying to spill contaminated wastewater, millions of contaminated wastewater into the Lotes Creek, which will also contaminate the Edwards Aquifer. So thank you so much. If y'all could please vote no. Again, it was a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Castillo. Thank you.
Rick Sinkfield, followed by Jack Finger.
Good morning. My name is Rick Sinkfield. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel from the Air Force, and I'm here to support our idea of supplementing the name of Iowa Street to Tuskegee Airmen Way. And so that's what we've been working on for quite some time. There are several cities around the country that are done that way. To give you a little background on the Tuskegee Airmen, there were 992 pilot trainees, and there were about 14,000 support personnel. That include blacks, whites, browns, everybody from all over were really part of this idea. So we wanted to memorialize the idea of what they stood for during World War II. And that's how it all came about. So what we've learned is, as I said, I'm with the San Antonio chapter of Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated. We researched a lot of what happened in World War II and how people got together to defend the nation. So as far as we can tell, there's just over 20 individuals that joined the military to fight for the country at that time. And many of them lived on the east side. So we wanted to memorialize that idea that these folks that are San Antonio people would be memorialized in some way. And we chose Iowa Street because that was one of the main pedestrian connectors from the east side to downtown. So we thought that would be a good place to start. And so with the council's help, and particularly District 2, a councilman put together the procedure for getting such a name change approved. And we went through, I'm not even familiar with all the things we went through, but there are several procedures that had to go through, and we had to, and even the community was involved in that, and making sure that they supported the whole idea as well. So thank you for, and I want to say that Clayton Wallace from the development section and several of the other folks that helped us get it through. So
thank you, sir.
That's basically where we are.
Thank
and
you,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Jack Finger.
Mayor Ortiz, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council. For the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Well, I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. Yeah, you'll enjoy it, what I have to say here. Item number 24. Mr. Munguia, this is in your district. It's about, about what I call welfare housing. I've mentioned this before, and you live in one of the poorer districts here in San Antonio, and quite frankly, it's about to get even poorer. I mean, if item number 24 sails through like as fast as Santa's sleigh, that's what's going to happen unless you pull it for deliberation here. And I don't say these words lightly. I've looked at the backup documents for this item, and it's just chock full with a lot of incriminating evidence here. Mr. Audiovisual, just put that up there. AMI stands for Area Median Income, about the average income a person has there, and it's based on, and what goes into this is a number of things here. Housing tax credit, comma, or HTCs here, or comma, affordable housing, or code words for, yes, welfare housing. This is all throughout the city. It's not just you, Mr. Munguia, but especially if you are a viewer looking at it happen to live along Somerset Road, you'll especially want to learn about some of the welfare recipients who are going to be living next to you. But in a certain complex nearby, Mr. Munguia, you're going to be supporting so-called housing tax credits for, well, people who get only about, well, scroll down a little, Mr. Audiovisual Man. It says, what does it say? The AMI served as people who are only about 30% of the area median income or 60% of the area median income, and as shown by those little circles there. And yeah, once again, you see the word affordable housing in the next paragraph. And further on, you see the phrase census tracts where more than 20% of the total household units are supported by the HTC. That's 20% of them are on welfare, Mr. Munguia. Yeah, further on, the paragraph says currently 453 units of the 1,000 plus units in the census tract, or 39%, almost 40% are with the HTCs, with the proposed development of units of 437 total households around 52%, sir. Do you really, Mr. Munguia, do you really want to go down this pathway even further? You say yes. Jesus Christmas. Mr. Munguia, our city will only get poorer as a result. Thank
you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
It is moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda minus item 16. Council members, are there any highlights or questions about the consent agenda? Okay. Councilwoman Court.
I'd just quickly like to highlight item number 18B, which is appointing Natalie Garza to the Linear Creekway Parks Advisory Board. This is a super important board. Natalie, if you want to stand. This is an incredibly important board as we think about how we can continue to grow our Linear Creekway and continue to support and preserve it. So thank you for your service. And I know also a team member and supporter of Councilmember Munguia who wanted to share just a couple words about you as well.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Congratulations on this year in District 1, but we're good friends. We met when we were council aides back in the day, and you are the main reason why I'm sitting up here today, so you can either thank her or blame her for that. So thank you very much, Natalie. Appreciate it.
Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I am extremely excited to highlight item 22, the designation of a portion of Iowa Street as Tuskegee Airmen Memorial Way. We filed the CCR in April of this year in partnership with the San Antonio chapter of the Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Rick Sinkfield, who you all heard from earlier. The Tuskegee Airmen were legendary black pilots and support personnel in the U.S. Armed Forces who overcame many racist and oppressive barriers to become pioneers during World War II. Due to their excellence in combat, the military was subsequently desegregated. We honor the Tuskegee Airmen and all those who have served with honor and resilience, and this designation is one way we continue their legacy. In January of this year, you'll remember this history was briefly removed from the Air Force's training courses as part of a presidential executive order to suspend DEI and accessibility initiatives. Of course, this was soon reversed as it was proved an outrageous betrayal of our values as Americans. It is my hope that if by chance someone does not know about this important history, the road designation offers a new touch point. I would like to thank DSD for their help guiding us through this very, very long process as was described earlier. And of course, I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Sinkfield and the San Antonio chapter of the Tuskegee Airmen for both this idea and for your leadership. I see y'all in the crowd if y'all wouldn't mind standing and receiving a round of applause. Oh. I mostly meant just them, but thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just reminded actually to highlight item number 24. So I'm very pleased to see some new units coming to Somerset, a much needed area. Thank you to NHSD and the department for facilitating that. And all are welcome to move into these new units, including anyone who spoke against them. So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning I would like to highlight item 25, which is a major policy improvement that will help improve the quality of lives for many District 5 residents. Many D5 residents who experienced the unfortunate house fire then face financial difficulties of rebuilding their homes. And I want to thank Rachel Tucker from my team and, of course, the District 4 team, Yohani, who met together and to discuss trends that we're seeing in our communities. And what we saw is there are many barriers for our residents to rebuild their home when they're uninsured. So what we see here is more support after a house fire. So I'm grateful for the NHSD team for their quick work to make this policy change a reality. I would also like to highlight item 27, which is for third-party partners. And I want to highlight a quick anecdote. When constituents call our office because they need ramps, rails, so on and so forth, these are the third parties that our teams reach out to. And Blueprint Ministries, for example, is one that we connected a resident to. We had a resident where her son had an unfortunate experience with a gun. So we connected them to Blueprint Ministries to go and see where rails can be installed. And after doing inventory and walking through the home, they saw that the family needed so much more than rails and ramps. So what Blueprint Ministries did is they fully rehabbed this home. And I highlight that to highlight the importance of these partnerships, but also the advocacy and how these organizations go above and beyond. So again, grateful for the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department for facilitating this work. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you. Really quick, just also wanted to give a shout out to Natalie. She's an amazing, I'm sure she'll be an amazing appointment and will continue to do so much great work in our community. I also want to quickly highlight item number 9, which is approving a construction contract for the Abe Lincoln Shared Use Path in District 7. I'm so excited to see this project moving forward in coordination with the neighbors in Alamo Farmstead Neighborhood Association. This improvement will make it easier to walk, run, or bike through the neighborhood and connect Opishneva Park with the Leon Creek Greenway. I'm proud to have approved state dollars for this project last year, and I cannot wait to see it come to life. Thank you.
I want to thank Councilman McKee Rodriguez for his leadership on the Tuskegee Airmen Way. When I walked into my office as the Undersecretary of the Air Force, there was a huge picture that hung on my wall, and at the time it was signed by all the living pilots of the Tuskegee Airmen. And to think that those men, as they were all men, that they were looking over the first woman of color and the first out lesbian to serve as the undersecretary of any military department. It just shows that our progress builds upon each other's service and sacrifice and demonstration of excellence. So thank you for including that in our community, Military City, USA. Okay. There being no further discussion, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Okay, the motion carries. Is there any objection to taking item 16, which is only for eminent domain, before the individual item? Okay, great. Madam Clerk, please read the caption for item 16.
Item number 16 is an ordinance approving the acquisition through negotiation or condemnation of interests in land sufficient for project purposes of privately owned real property and declaring the Leon Creek Greenway project from the Rim to Raymond Russell Park, a 2015 Proposition 2 sales tax initiative funded project, to be a public use project and a public necessity for the acquisition of 1.321 acres of land located in New City Block 34760 along Leon Creek.
Okay. Is there a motion and second for approval so we may begin discussion?
Yeah. Thank you. I move the City of San Antonio authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire property for the public use project for the Leon Creek Greenway project, Rim to Raymond Russell County Park, by acquiring the following property described by the city clerk and incorporated as part of this motion.
The privately owned property, including 2 tracts of land in NCB 34760 for a total of 1.321 acres to be acquired as a permanent easement interest for the Leon Creek Greenway project from the rim to rim in Russell County Park, located in City Council District 8. These properties are more particularly described by the exhibit attached and incorporated as a part of this motion.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 16. Please vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to item 4. Madam Clerk, please read the caption.
Item number 4 is a resolution to move the City of San Antonio's general election for City Council and Mayor from May to November in odd-numbered years, as recently authorized by an amendment to Texas Election Code Section 41.0052 during the 89th legislative session.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Ready to present.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. John Paterick, Assistant City Manager. Good to be with you this morning. I'm going to step us through a brief presentation for the item before you this morning. So currently, City of San Antonio municipal elections take place in May of odd-number years. This item would move, if approved, the elections from May to November of odd-number years. This is possible because of a change in state law during this last legislative session. So SB 1494 was filed by 4 Dallas area legislators, Senators Johnson, West, and Representatives Anchia and Rose. This is after Dallas voters approved Proposition D, which amended the city charter to hold elections according to state law. So their charter allowed them to be ready for this change rather than in May. The intent was to move to November, but state law at the time would not allow the change. So the previous deadline of December 31st, 2016 had expired. So moving the election date required a change to state law. So this law did that. Moving the city election was not a part of the City of San Antonio's most recent charter provisions and Charter Review Commission. And so this is something that's before you and something that you can do. It will stand in opposition of the charter at this point until we can amend the charter in the future. As this bill was considered, no other cities supported or opposed this bill. A Dallas City Council member testified on his own behalf. The bill is permissive, though, meaning that it did not mandate any change, but rather it extended a previous deadline and allows for cities in the state to move their election date. This piece of legislation has been changed multiple times in its history. So you can see the articulated history there. It changed in 2009, 2011, 2015, 2025. I would point out that if the council today passes this resolution by the deadline of the 31st, we cannot change back. So if we move today to November, we can't undo that after this change is made. So currently, the city charter has a couple of references to our current election cycle, so I'll just point those out so we have them in our heads. So in section 5, it references that the term will begin on the first day of June, so that would need to be amended if this change happens to your term beginning on the first day of December. Additionally, in section 20 of Article 3, there's a temporary provision based on us changing to 4-year terms that references a May election. That would need to be updated because we're going to need a special election in November of 2032. Runoffs associated with any election are run by the Secretary of State's office. So if this change happens, runoffs will happen no earlier than the 30th day, nor later than the 45th day after the general elections, excluding holidays.
So the Secretary of State will set out those calendars as the years come to us. And so I just want to point out that that's when those elections for runoffs will happen. Some other examples that you've heard lots about. Austin currently took office in January of 2025 after a November 24 election. So these are just examples of when you would take office if this change happens. Mesquite currently had elections in November of 25. They took office November 17th, so pretty quickly. Dallas is making this change, and their charter states that council will take office on the first Monday following the 30th calendar day after the final canvass of the general election, so a little broader there. There have been some questions about what school districts are in May of odd-numbered years. So currently Northside ISD, San Antonio ISD, Judson ISD, Alamo Heights ISD, Harlandale ISD, Southside ISD, and Medina Valley ISD. I would point out that there are requirements for joint elections for independent school districts. So they would need a partner in which to have an election. So the election of their governing body, they would need either a state partner, a county partner, a hospital district partner, some sort of governing body of a junior college district or a community college that's within their boundaries to partner with. There were some questions about costs. So this slide reviews our cost from our elections in 2023, 24, and 25. Additionally, this change, if enacted, would need for you all to serve an additional 6 months. So the move from May to November would necessitate each of you to serve an additional 6 months. That's signified in the purplish pink color here on the far right hand of each set of members. So those elections are illustrated for each of you and when you were elected and when you would need those extra 6 months. The provision from state law allows for this, so the holdover is enacted in the state law, so no issue here, just simply pointing it out. So for this change to happen, it must happen by the 31st of this month. The statute requires a resolution from you all, and that's what's before you today. The resolution will supersede the city charter, in this case, until we can amend the charter. And if this resolution is passed, the communications and engagement team would do a public awareness campaign ahead of the May 29 timeframe when the election is currently scheduled, and then ahead of the November 29 timeframe when the election would happen if this change is enacted. Mayor, we're here. The full team is here to answer any questions that are and we're available. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Of note, if anyone was curious, when the two bills that passed, Senate Bill 1494 and House Bill 3546 passed that allowed for us to have this opportunity, every single member of the Bexar County delegation, regardless of party, every single one of them voted to support these bills. Okay, we have several members of our community signed up to speak. I will call individuals up.
I'm sorry, point of order. Did we get a motion in a second to discuss this?
We're at public comment.
We're not going to take it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks. Great. Okay. So the first, I know some folks have also flagged, though, that they have other things that they need to get back to. For example, teachers that need to get back to the classroom. So I will take a liberty to move some of those up. The first speaker that we have is the Honorable Dolores Huerta. My understanding is that Ruben Arciniega and Jess Contreras will yield their time to Ms. Huerta. Ms. Huerta, please, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jones and City Council members, for giving me the privilege of addressing you today.
17.
I am so happy to be here with you again in Texas. My connections in Texas go way back to the Mellon strike in Rio Grande City, Stark County in the 60s, and also over the years supporting my colleague Rebecca Flores in all of her efforts to pass legislation for farm workers. And most recently, I participated in the giant rally that we had at this last summer at the Capitol in Austin to support the Texas Congress people who were championing democracy. What happens in Texas affects the nation. We saw with the redistricting policies that were adopted in Texas, Californians had to spend millions of dollars to counteract the policy which affect the nation and, of course, the state of California. And it affected even our nonprofit organizations who do civic action work, because we had to use our limited resources to be able to counteract this attack on our democracy, and by passing Proposition 50 in California, changing our own state's redistricting policies. In these critical times, when our democracy is under attack, we really have to instill in all constituents the importance of voting. My own personal story, and I do like to share this, is when I turned 21 years old. Back in the day, you had to be 21 to vote. My mother, dressed me up and took me down to the county clerk's office and registered me to vote, And of course, we've had that custom in my family. And I remember my grandfather dressing up with his...
Remaining 7 minutes and 11 seconds, there's not going to be any speaking on this dais. We're all going to listen to Ms. Huerta.
Thank you. My grandfather dressing up with his felt sombrero and his white shirt and his cane and going down to the ballot box to vote to the polling place, So voting has been a ritual in my family, but it is also a habit. Like the act of eating nourishes our physical bodies, the act of voting nourishes and keeps alive our democracy. We acknowledge that Texans have suffered suppression as voters as other people in the South. Overcoming the stigma of this punishment for voting, like the poll taxes that they had here in Texas, it has not been easy to overcome that. And although we know that Texas has produced many great political leaders, like Congressman Henry Gonzalez and others who also are giving you their opinions today. But Texas, like other states, has not fulfilled its potential. Voting in Texas is far less than other states, and especially when it comes to the voting of the Latino community. So somehow we must make voting a habit in Texas. The challenge for political leaders is to make voting a positive habit to feed democracy, like eating is a habit to nourish our physical bodies. There's only one option on the proposal for us today. An aye vote will automatically increase the voter turnout, as voters are more in the habit of voting in the first week of November, and this will give elected officials a greater mandate to govern. I like to say that the most important day in your life is Election Day, next to your birthday, because Election Day is the day that you choose who will govern you and your family's life. So, as I said before, the aye vote today, it will automatically double the vote. So a vote is a vote for democracy, especially now because we know that we are all worried about our democracy right now and we can actually save it. So it is extremely important that you use your power that the voters have given you to be able to increase the voter turnout here. And I do want to say that San Antonio is such a symbolic place, especially for the Latino community, not only in Texas, but throughout the United States of America. So what you do here today, it actually will have an amplification all over the country. So it is really, really important. So you might say that this is a very historical moment. And I think we all know right from wrong, and we know that the right thing to do is to try to enhance and increase the voter turnout, that we want more people to be able to go to the polls. And by the power of your vote, you're actually extending that power to your constituents and making it easier for them to vote, because we know that most people think of November as a time to vote and not in May. And in addition, and I know there will be many, many testimonies with many more details that will come before you, again, to convince you why this vote is important. So this is kind of a historical moment, because we know that all of us, the talk in the nation is about how do we save our democracy. Well, this is one way that you can really prove that this is how you make it happen, by electing people like you who sit on the council that are going to take the action that you have to take to increase the democracy in your own city, and a kid that will set the example for the state. You know, St. Anthony in the Catholic religion, that is the person that you pray to when you lose something, right? So by your symbolic vote, you're going to be able to help many of the lost voters find their way to the ballot box. So I think that is a very good symbol, and one that other people will follow. So again, I wish to ask you all, make it unanimous, you know, put this on the record, because it will be on the record. It will be part of the history of Texas. And again, it will help not only you, the city of San Antonio, the state of Texas, but all of our country. Yes, we can do it. Si se puede. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Andrew McBurney, followed by Mike Gallagher.
Mayor, council members, I've been a high school teacher for several years, and for most of those years, I've taught government. And one of the most important things that we teach students in high school is civic engagement. We definitely want to encourage students to register to vote. In fact, there's a state law that requires us to offer eligible students voter registration cards to get them registered to vote. And we have a history in this country and in this state of wanting to increase voter registration and wanting to increase voter turnout. For as long as I've been a teacher, for presidential election years, voter turnout is usually around 55%. Off-year elections, it's usually around 33%. And in Texas, it's usually lower than that. In off-year elections, for us, it's not really off-year. That's when we vote for governor and that sort of thing. Sometimes it's in the 20s. In our municipal elections, in one of the more recent ones in May of 2023, voter turnout in San Antonio was 15%. Okay? And that was election for council members and other positions. We have, in a city of 1.5 million, we have over 1 million registered voters, and that's good. But in that election, 150,000 turned out to vote. There was a higher voter turnout rate this past November in an odd-numbered year. And so generally, we don't want to have anything in place that is going to inhibit or discourage voter turnout. And so when we grow up, we learned that elections are in November. Okay? And growing up in San Antonio, you know, elections are in November, and it's almost an afterthought that, oh wait, but city elections are in May. And city elections have always had lower voter turnout. And so this is an opportunity to increase participation, increase civic engagement. And, you know, in a sense, you know, why wouldn't we do that? People have to be responsible. That's part of civic engagement. They have to register to vote. They have to inform themselves about issues. And then they have to get out and vote, which is perhaps the most important element of civic engagement. And so we should, and I am speaking in favor of moving the elections, the city elections, to November, because not only would that be something that would increase voter turnout, but it would also increase awareness of the issues that are before the city, and that is something that we would certainly want as well. And then one last thing, if we already had elections, city elections in November, along with state and federal, would we vote to move them to May? And if not, why would we vote to leave them in May? Thank you very much.
Mike Gallagher, followed by Dennis Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I certainly do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on this very important issue. Unfortunately, what I'm about to say is not going to go well with some of the people that are attending this meeting, but it is understandable. I am now, even though I tried to retire, I'm the president of the Northeast Neighborhood Alliance. That's an alliance of neighborhoods, of course, of District 10, but also District 2, and also from District 9. And all of these people who are in this alliance, the one thing they do is they spread the word. And if you look at where voter turnout's the best, it's amazing how those neighborhood leaders have so much to do with that. One of the blessings that we've had as a city is we've been able to concentrate on who's running for office, what are their qualifications. We have these candidate and ballot forums where people are allowed to talk over those issues. The League of Women Voters has been very helpful with this. They have turned out and helped us understand. Take a look now at what happened in our last November election. Think about it for a minute. I had people come up to me and saying they almost went to sleep trying to vote. Think of all of those state amendments that they had to learn about and go through. Think about, our own props that we had. Think about what our school districts had to put up, as far as bond issues go. Let's keep the process simple. Think about, we would have had to have added the election of our mayor and our council to that ballot that took forever just to get through. We can't do that. We have to stay much more focused as we possibly can. Let's keep it simple for our voters. Yes, there are complaints about voter turnout, but you know what? We need the leadership of our city and our county and state to tell people to get out and vote. Let's educate our voters so that they do a good job. They're not going to do a good job if they've got a packed ballot that's very, very difficult to get through. How are they going to know how to separate all those issues and all of those candidates? It's going to be very difficult. So I really do appreciate the idea that for the mayoral election, which, by the way, the mayor had to turn out for our candidate forum, and for the council elections, we want our voters to be able to concentrate on those particular issues that are on that ballot. So we would strongly recommend that occur by not approving a quick decision here that should be made by our voters. So please, please consider that. And the last thing I just want to say is...
you can put the rest of the comments you can submit for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. And just remember, take a look at those statistics.
Sir,
Are you looking at the right ones?
The rest of your comments
Thank
you can
very
submit
much.
for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Dennis Gonzalez, followed by Mia Balderas.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dennis Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of Voto Latino to speak in support of the effort to move municipal elections from May to November. So as a former resident of San Antonio and a former UTSA employee, this is an issue that's very near and dear to my heart as somebody who was very engaged with the community. I worked in the Office of P20 Initiatives when I worked at UTSA, so I worked very intimately with a lot of young people and their families all across San Antonio. So from Cafe College to the Guadalupe Community Center to Barbara Jordan Community Center, so north side, east side, south side, west side. What I think is really important is that we understand that folks have a lot of challenges in San Antonio, which you are all aware of, in voting access and voter engagement are two of those issues. San Antonio represents a large opportunity for Latino voters to make their voice heard at the ballot box. San Antonio is the seventh largest city in the United States, and nearly 2/3 of those citizens are Latino. In a city that is large and culturally diverse, San Antonio, elections carry significant weight behind them, especially in municipal elections. The turnout rate for the most recent municipal election that took place in May was incredibly low, as others have discussed. Bexar County Election Department reported 116,483 people cast ballots out of 1.2 million registered voters in Bexar County. This is very telling. This roughly represents 9.7% of all registered voters that were in Bexar County. And only 116,000 of them were actually able to decide how their government is working for them. Shifting municipal elections from May to November, as other people have discussed, is not just good policy, but it's strategically important to ensure that all San Antonio voices are heard. San Antonio is the last major city in Texas still holding municipal elections in May. And as I mentioned before, voter turnout in May was extremely low. I don't want to beat that to the ground. With municipal elections in May, many young voters, working families, and communities of color are often left out of the conversation because of lack of awareness, or lack of structure, lack of knowledge about voting. On the other hand, November elections have consistently shown higher participation rates. When we align ourselves with November elections, we are creating a cadence in which more voters show up, allowing the city to truly reflect the will of its residents. In a city as diverse as San Antonio, every community deserves an electoral system that truly reflects and uplifts their voices. Continuing to hold municipal elections in May keeps participation low and leaves too many residents out of the process. By moving municipal elections to May to November, this council can take a meaningful step forward towards a more representative city and one that works for everyone, not just a few. San Antonio deserves an electoral system that reflects the full, diverse nature of its people. With the Texas legislature having already established bipartisan framework, we strongly encourage the city council pass this resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mia Balderas, followed by Mia Duran.
Good morning, Mayor Jones and fellow City Council members. My name is Mia Balderas, and I am the Interim Executive Director of Move Texas, a statewide, nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to building the political power of young people through civic engagement, issue advocacy, and leadership development. I was born and raised in San Antonio and am a current resident of District 1. I want us all to go on a journey of what it would be like to be, one, a new voter, a first-time voter, and a newly registered voter in 2026. So I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of that young person. So I'm getting registered to vote for the first time. Let me search up how. Okay, wait, I can't do this online. A quick Google search has told me I need to do this in person, and I have to find someone, a teacher, coworker, or politically engaged friend that can walk me through what seems to be, again, a very in-person process. So I finally found someone. I found a friend either at Act for SA, Radical Registrars, League of Women Voters, Southwest Voter Registration Education Project, Voto Latino, etc. So they're gonna walk me through this form, and they'll make sure that it gets turned in by the deadline to register to vote. They're telling me I really need to consider where I will be when the voting time comes. And so I made the decision that I'm gonna come back to San Antonio. That's my home. I'm gonna register in Bexar County. So I'm officially registered. They're turning in my form. Now what happens? When's the next election? I heard people talking about major seats being up for election in 2026. I know it's a governor, attorney general. I don't really have more than that. Those are the big ticket items. And then, but where do I actually go vote? And where, when do I even have to go vote? Let me look this up now. In Bexar County, it's saying that there's a May election too. And I'm now pulling up articles that say that the city council did entertain the idea to move to November. So now am I voting in May or am I only voting in November? Is it one or the other? I'm not sure really what's happening. And so I also now have to figure out when the election is and where I can go vote. I know that there's multiple places where voting does happen. I'm getting a full list of locations, but I don't know where I should really go. What do I have to bring with me? I know I was successfully registered through that organization. Do they just look up my name? Do I need to bring anything with me? So right now I'm getting super confused, and I'll have to sort this out later. I'll either probably have to reach back out to the people who registered me to vote, and then we'll start there. So this is a condensed version of the level of questions that can arise through the registration and turnout process for young people, especially first-time voters. There is a step in this process and a question in this process that this council right now has the ability to clear up even a little bit by making it so that elections in 2026 are moved to November, and we have one clear answer as to when people should go and show up to the polls. You have the research, you have the testimony, you have the authority. Let's make it easier for people to turn out in 2026. Thank you so much.
Mia Duran.
I'm going to yield my time to Valerie Reeford.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Valerie, and as you all know, I run a voter registration and civic education nonprofit here in San Antonio, where we are out in the community speaking with residents, citizens, and your constituents. Earlier this year, when we were speaking to people about the upcoming election, resoundingly, they were like, what election? What's happening? They don't really know what's going on, as big elections and big decisions are made in November. That is what people equate it to. Councilwoman Castillo, I know you brought up wanting to take this to a vote, but I recall only a handful of us showed up to vote for y'all earlier this year, and the people who did vote, we're here. We're the ones who are here. We're emailing, we're doing surveys, we're calling, we're telling our community and friends and family to do the same because we want the elections moved to November. And while we don't have time to take it to a vote, there is time to prepare the citizens and the community for this change. Too bad he's not here, because Councilman White was one of the biggest advocates for Project Marvel, this billion-dollar project, to be pushed across the finish line so fast, but yet this is the councilman who wants us to move very slowly on moving an election, something that can potentially save us money. Thank you. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really makes me wonder where this is coming from, because this would be a win for San Antonio. And when it comes to the ISDs, I agree. I believe that they should move as well or pay the cost, right? But they're going to have to decide what to do with this limited funding. And will it go to the students or will it go to maintaining status quo? So I just feel like that this would be Thank you. I feel like this would be the best move for the citizens of San Antonio, as this is what we are asking for. And then Project Marvel, right? That's going to take years of construction, years of traffic. We are talking about moving an election date from May to November, which is what the people are wanting. It is what we are asking for. It is what we are saying, that we are wanting this. In conclusion, I really was expecting a bit more from this side of the dais, 6 through 1. I was really expecting a bit more from you guys over here, and I really hope that hearts and minds can change and do what's best for your constituents and what's best for San Antonio, which is moving these elections. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize two folks that did not sign up to speak, but are experts on this issue. Commissioner Calvert, if you're still here. Followed by Mike Villarreal.
Well, Merry Christmas, season's greetings to everyone. I wanted to send a little holiday cheer. I think it's important to start with that because it's been a little tense around here at City Hall. Even Stevie Wonder can see that. And we're praying that this will be a season of unexpected gifts. Everything at the national level happens at the local level. Macro, micro. Nationally, we've seen division affect us in moving things forward and having things that are counterproductive in policy. And locally, division may have that impact as well. San Antonio, in my opinion, has struggled more than any other big city in Texas with releasing the grip of the big money establishment on our body politics. From my perspective, we start with the city that only paid its council members $20 a meeting. And that meant that the wealthy and only those who were employed by the wealthy were able to serve at City Hall. We have a stronger than many big cities city manager system because it does take power away from your ability, representing a majority, minority city, from clearly moving forward a lot of the policy initiatives of the people. When civil rights ushered in minorities to council, God forbid that we didn't have term limits. We put in term limits. We had the Homeowners Taxpayers Association talk about spending caps all of a sudden when the inclusion of our community came in single-member districts. Making sure the people are the winners has always been the best path forward. But we have weapons of mass distraction that keep us from turning towards progress. I've had some really well-publicized disagreements with Judge Wolf over affordable housing, pretty famous disagreements when Judge Sakai put spending caps on the Commissioner's Court. But when it came to initiatives that they wanted to see passed that were good for the people, I still supported them. We have a community where the working class would benefit from the convenience of having more elections at the same time. Efficiency, convenience, non-duplication of services have traditionally been the hallmark of best practices in governance. So I just stand today to ask this council to join Representative Anchia, Senator West, and Dolores Huerta in making our democracy more inclusive. Thank you very much.
Mike Villarreal, followed by Manuel Garza.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Though I serve as a trustee of the San Antonio School Board, I'm here speaking for myself. Last Monday, Councilman Kaur convened school leaders to discuss moving our elections to November. I thank her for advocating for our public schools, and Councilman McKee Rodriguez for attending the meeting. I believe we should move all elections to November of odd years. Not because it saves money, but because democracy requires participation. And our current system makes participation nearly impossible. Consider the challenge. Each spring, we ask citizens to engage complex local issues, school budgets, city infrastructure, leadership choices. During our most distracting months, March through May, attention fragments across Fiesta, Easter, spring break, March Madness, and pro basketball if the Spurs are winning. Against this backdrop, we expect voters to focus on elections. It's not working. Nearly 90% of eligible voters skip our local elections, the elections that matter most to their daily lives. When 9 out of 10 don't vote, we're witnessing a crisis of self-governance. Democracy doesn't function as intended with such low participation. Self-governance requires practice and accessible opportunities. Moving local elections to November creates a predictable rhythm. Imagine we're voting every November, year after year after year. This consistency builds civic habits. Regular patterns become routines. Voting joins filing taxes or back-to-school nights as annual civic rituals. I've heard concerns that this costs schools. Monday's meeting revealed that the impact on school budgets is unclear. It depends on unpredictable factors. Here's what we do know. Higher turnout means communicating with more voters, which does cost more. But that's exactly the problem we should want. Spending more, yes, spending more is not a bug in the system. It's the feature of a functioning democracy. My friends, here's what's truly at stake. If we increase countywide voter turnout by 50% in our community, there wouldn't be a single state official determined to defund our public schools or tear away our local control. So the question isn't whether we can afford this change, it's whether we can afford not to. Thank you.
Manuel Garza, followed by Lydia Camarillo.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Manuel Garza, and I'm a field director and senior advisor with Southwest Voter Registration Education Project, but I'm here to speak on my behalf. So my family is a 12th generation family here in Texas and in San Antonio. I started working on improving my neighborhood when I was 5 years old because we didn't have running water. Our water was delivered in wooden barrels. And that continued on until the 1960s. And so from there, you know, I became even engaged some more when I was in high school. At the age of 16, I was registering people to vote. Even though I wasn't eligible to vote, I would tell people, you are my voice if you vote and register. And so that is one of the things that I've been doing. When I was 24 years old, I came before City Council to ask for single-member districts. I was fired the next day from my job. So the struggle to improve our democracy, I have taken a long road to get to where we're at. I'm in support of changing from May to November. And I urge all of you to really think about what you're doing and the vote that you're going to cast. So really put your mind and your heart into it, not just trivial things that you have heard or that you think that are important. It's about our democracy. It's about our country. It's about our city. It's about our communities. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Lydia Camarillo, followed by Nicolette Ardiente.
Good morning. I've submitted a written report for you all, my comments, so I will try to be fast. I'm Lydia Camarillo, president of Southwest Voter Registration Education Project. I've had the pleasure and honor of working for Southwest Voter for 28 years. I am a District 9 resident. I'm a voter, and my job at Southwest Voter is to organize, mobilize voters in San Antonio, in Bexar County, in Texas, and across the United States to make sure that we vote. We have before us an opportunity to ensure that more people will vote. Will they vote? Only if we make the opportunity available for them. When you move an election from May to November, you can guarantee there will be a double or more, a significant increase of turnout. Why? Because people are used to voting in November, because it's efficient, because we have all year where we start thinking about the elections and you make an opportunity to do that. So where I'm asking you to think about why that is important. Are you worried and concerned about the school districts? So are we. We care about our children. We care about their future. We want to make sure that they have the best possible education so they can fulfill their destiny, a destiny that has to be about dreams and aspirations where they have a real voice and real choices. The school districts can change their elections later. They don't have a deadline. They have as long as they want to. And we, Southwest Voter, promises to work with all the school districts to engage their constituencies, the stakeholders, to make this happen. We have an actual bill that allows them to do that. And frankly speaking, we already have Edgewood School District doing that, and they have increased significantly their turnout, and people need to vote. On the question about whether or not in November, if we have too many things going on, there's other communities do this, including California. Have you ever seen their ballot? Their ballots are enormous, and yet there is no complaint. We should not be complaining about more things being on a ballot, but rather making sure that more people turn out to vote to those ballots. On the bonds, I know there was some concern about people with bonds. When you have more Latinos voting, Latinos voted 83% to pass bonds. They understand that they themselves cannot pay for the new schools, the new roads, anything that has to do. My time is over, but I want to tell you that we're here. We need your support. I'm asking you, I'm urging you, I'm imploring you. I'm going to beg. Vote yes. Let the people stand with you, and let's vote. Gracias.
Nicolette Ardiente, followed by Michelle Lo Solis.
Good morning, Council. My name is Nicolette Ardiente. I am a proud San Antonio resident, and I'm here representing Asian Texans for Justice. We are a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization really uplifting and amplifying the 2 million Asian American Pacific Islanders who call Texas home. We do voter engagement and civic engagement all throughout the state, especially in Houston, Austin, Dallas, and of course here in San Antonio. We don't guess what voters need, we look at the data. So according to ATJ's research, the AAPI community is incredibly motivated. In fact, our polling shows that roughly 2/3 of Asian voters in Texas are highly motivated to vote. However, there's a massive gap between motivation and access. In San Antonio and across the state, 1/3 of AAPI adults have limited English proficiency. When we keep elections in May, we lose that safety in numbers that November provides. Data shows that language assistance and poll monitoring are far more robust in November. When we force our community to vote in isolated May elections, we're effectively cutting them off from the resources they need to navigate the ballot. From our work in Houston and Austin, we've seen how consolidating elections solves that information gap. It is simply more efficient for one major event than for several smaller ones sprinkled out throughout the calendar. Dallas recently recognized that logic, and the time is now for San Antonio to do the same. In Texas, the AAPI population has grown 3.5 times faster than the overall population. We are the deciding margin in many elections. But ATJ's coalition building report highlights that perpetual foreigner syndrome and a lack of outreach to our community keeps our people on the margins. Moving to November brings these voters to the fold of the general civic conversation. This isn't just about, one community, it's about San Antonio's collective voice. Data from similar shifts across the country shows that moving to November can increase local election turnout by 10% points or more. It will also save our city elections and office administrative costs, money that could be better spent on the very community education we are here to provide. So the data is clear. Asian Texans are ready to show up, but the current fragmented system acts as a barrier. By aligning San Antonio with the November cycle, just as Houston, Austin, and Dallas have, we make our democracy more accessible, more educated, and more representative. So let's listen to the data, let's support our voters, and let's move to November. Thank you.
Michelle Lo Solis, followed by Jill Torbert.
Morning, Mayor. Morning, City Council members. My name is Michelle O'Solis. I'm the chair of the Bexar County Democratic Party. I'm also a member of the Bexar County Elections Commission. However, I'm here as a very interested citizen. This law passed the Texas legislature. This is Senate Bill 1494. It was authored by a Democrat. All of the co-sponsors were Democrats, but it had overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the Texas Senate unanimously. No small feat. It passed the Texas House with 125 out of 150 votes. And you know why? Because it makes sense. Voter turnout for our May election is appallingly low. Here in San Antonio, these elections are never going to compete with Fiesta. The last election, almost the entire early voting period coincided with Fiesta. Election day was the same day as the Flambeau Parade. We had over 1 million attendees at the Fiesta events. We only had 116,000 voters out of 1.2 million registered voters in San Antonio come out to vote in May, less than 10%. As someone who has knocked on doors to get out the vote, I cannot tell you how many times that I have heard another election. What are we voting on this time? When elections are spread across multiple dates in a single year, it creates confusion. It lowers voter turnout, and it makes civic participation harder for everyone. This had overwhelming support in the Texas legislature. As the mayor said, unanimous among the Bear delegation. I urge you to move San Antonio municipal elections to November so more people can have a voice in San Antonio. Su voto es su voz.
Jill Torbert, followed by Julia Grizzard.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Jill Torbert, and I speak today as president of the League of Women Voters of the San Antonio area. As you know, we are an organization that has been educating voters and defending democracy here in San Antonio for 85 years. We are a nonpartisan organization. We do not support or endorse candidates or political parties. As we have heard time and time again this morning, San Antonio has a voter turnout problem, and you sitting here on council know that all too well. When you ran for office, only 9% of the registered voters turned out to vote during Fiesta, and for the runoff in June, only 17% of the registered voters showed up. We are out in the community every day during the year. Many times when we ask people, are you ready for the next election? Their response to us is a question. What election? What's on the ballot? And when is the election? The League believes that moving the municipal election can help increase voter turnout. Why? It will move the election to a month that is associated with voting, November. It will move it away from Fiesta, graduation, Mother's Day, and the beginning of many people's summer's vacations. And by consolidating with other entities, which we believe should be done, we gain momentum from issues that drive people to the polls, and we saw that in November. We also have the potential to eliminate voter fatigue by having fewer elections. In the spring of 2026, we will have 3 elections in 3 months. We will have the primary on March 3rd. We will have local elections on May 2nd, which also includes school board elections. And on May 26th, we had the primary runoff. Some council members are reluctant to move the elections. They say that they want more time for voter input. To that I say 2 things. Voter turnout is voter input. So we have seen that 80 to 90% of the people do not go to the polls to vote. They are telling us that something is wrong. We need a change. Secondly, voters in other cities who have voted on this election, this issue, have voted to move their election. There is no reason to think that voters in other cities would think differently than those voters here in San Antonio. We don't need to delay when delay means a lost opportunity. Another argument against moving the election is
there somebody that would
boards.
like to yield their time to Ms. Torbert?
I don't think I have anyone else up here. So thank you very much, and please vote for democracy. Vote to move to November. Thank you.
Julia Grizzard, followed by Maria Antonieta Berriozabal.
Hi, good morning. My name is Julia Grizzard, and I am here on behalf of the Bexar County Education Coalition. I'd like to steal a phrase from my former boss to start my comments today, that democracy is a garden, and we are so excited to continue this conversation about how we can work with the city to ensure that we are expanding democracy for all of our families, for our students, and we recognize that we have a responsibility to ensure its growth. We want to make sure that we are continuing our conversations together, especially as budgets are incredibly tight for all of us. We want to make sure that we are working collaboratively and collectively to ensure that all major moves for all of our communities, not only for our districts, not only for the city of San Antonio, but also for the other municipalities that are within this territory, are done together, and that we don't leave anyone behind. We don't want to say, plant something in the garden Wednesday and then mow on Thursday. And I don't know if that actually metaphor makes sense. I need to work on my mowing knowledge. Now, I want to be very clear that the Bexar County ISDs are not opposed to this idea. We are not opposed or support, right? We're not taking a stance. What I wanted to make sure that we had on the record today is that the bristling that you are feeling from the districts, again, is not a resistance to this, but it is a reaction to an unexpected, what they feel as a forced conversation at the end of an incredibly difficult and bitter year of political battles that continue to hurt our most vulnerable children. We heard earlier about that we should just spend the money. I want to give you some statistics about where we are in terms of our funding. We are underfunded as a state for our special education children by $2 billion. That is not a Julia number. That's not a think tank number. That is a TEA number. We currently are funded at $10 for every $100 that our districts spend on school safety. And in spite of minor raises that were given this last legislative session, our teachers are still in the bottom quartile of pay for the country. I want to remind everybody that property tax raises do not equate to more school funding. That is a formula that is set by the state and not, unfortunately, by the property taxes that we see. We want to continue our partnerships with organizations that focus on voter access. We continue to have in-class practice sessions on registration and voting. And if this vote goes through today, we will figure it out, because that's what school districts do. We figure it out. And as a former neighborhood president who served for a year and a half, who had the cell phone number of my city council person, code compliance, safe officer, I know that we can work on communication with our 16 area districts. I have a chart that has a full review of when our districts do have their elections, including the 7, only 2 of which will be forced to move because of terms.
Julia, you can submit the rest of your stuff for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maria Antonieta Berriozabal, followed by Saqib Sheikh.
Madam Mayor, I wrote some comments, and
You heard my time?
yeah,
Yeah, Jasmine Herrera.
Jasmine, and also Susana Segura. You can stand here. Because I think this is an historic vote, I wanted to make sure that I spoke, and I'm missing some council members. And one is leaving. Just want to make note of that. What I was saying is that this is a historic vote. People will read about this for a long time because many of us are making sure that we document it. I am happy to be in the middle with so many young people, and I'm happy with our democratic system right now. The history of voting as it affects communities of color and women and their struggle to obtain the vote cannot be separated from today's action. The right to vote is a civil right. That San Antonio's majority population is Hispanic, as defined by the census, makes this a major issue of democracy. It took 70 years of the suffrage movement for women to get the vote in 1920 with the passage of the 19th Amendment. Before that, women were jailed, beaten simply for marching for the right to vote. And today, I am so proud that we have a council with 7 women serving. That effort, sadly, did not include men or women of color. For African Americans, the journey has been painful and bloody. We cannot forget the struggles of the civil rights movement in the 1960s for the right to an education and to vote. It was not until the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1964 that literacy tests, poll taxes, and new government oversight made it easier to vote. But that was not the end of the problem. It was not until 1975, with the extension of the Voting Rights Act for language minorities, that Hispanics received better opportunities to vote. San Antonio is part of this struggle because it was Willie Velasquez, founder of Southwest Voter Registration and Education Project in 1964, who led the effort to educate and increase voter participation of Latinos and Latinas. Southwest Voter, together with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, accomplished this with legal actions against unfair practices in voting. There certainly was progress, but existing structural impediments to voting continue to exist, sometimes in rather creative ways. In San Antonio, our city charter was created in 1951 by the Good Government League, whose members were white men. To make it look fairer, they handpicked 2 Hispanic men and 1 African American man to be in their slate of candidates. They always won. At a time when Hispanics were beginning to elect people from our communities for county and national office, Albert Peña and Henry Gonzalez, through the Democratic Party, the city charter they wrote made our elections nonpartisan. They established the city council, city manager form of government with at-large elections. Thereby, the votes in the East, West, South could not elect our chosen representatives until 1977 because of that election system. We worked very hard in our neighborhoods, and our candidates got the majority of votes in our precincts, yet we never won. We are proud and grateful for the young men and women of the Chicano movement of the 1960s who sacrificed much to open doors in civil rights. It was the hard work of that generation and MALDEF to make it possible to have 10 single-member districts. That is what it took to have the diverse council that we have today. The new voting system was implemented for the first time in the election of 1977, resulting in a city council representing the population of the city racially and ethnically. However, there were only 2 women. Today, we are stepping backwards. There has been legislation limiting the Voting Rights Act, particularly as it applies to language minorities, and weakening the pre-clearance laws. Gerrymandering has been purposely created to eliminate or limit the choices of African Americans and Hispanics to elect our own representatives. A myriad of legislation and policies have been passed that make voting more difficult. Much of the election code has been rewritten to accomplish this. Language assistance and help for people with disabilities is now limited. Voting by mail has been made more difficult and probably or possibly could be eliminated. Millions of voters have been removed from the voting list with a very messy system. A Supreme Court ruling on the side of government to permit unfair redistricting in Texas has sided with the state. That is a sign that our highest court is not on the people's side. There are limits on numbers of polling places, and there are ridiculous changes in voter identification and others. We at the local level cannot do much about state and federal laws violating our democracy, but our local officials have been given the power to change when we vote, because data shows that more people, including minorities whose rights have been so attacked, vote in larger numbers in November. This is one step that we can take. Other issues that have risen as impediments to accepting November elections should be taken care of with respect, collaboration, collegiality, and a sincere desire to do the best for the common good. Because we have a president, a Congress, and a Supreme Court who are unraveling our civil rights, and a state administration who is following orders from the top, it is my hope that we can count on our local leaders, our city council members, who have benefited by the work of generations before you, to vote yes on this issue. I trust you will use your vote to say yes to one action over which you have power. Your vote will be a significant message for all of us who have hope in you. My blessings to each of you. Thank you.
Saqib Sheikh, followed by Trisha Gronevik.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here because San Antonio is at its best, its strongest, and its brightest when we open the doors of democracy wide. Not for a few, not for the lucky, but for everyone who calls this city home. Thomas Jefferson once said, "We do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate." And right now, too many of our neighbors are locked out of that process. May elections collide with fiesta, with graduations, with chaos of the school year, the end of the school year, and with the pressures that working families already carry every single day. And when turnout falls, representation falls, trust falls, belief in the system falls. And I say this especially as someone connected to District 8, a district filled with immigrants, with refugees, with families who have crossed oceans and continents for the chance to partake in a real democracy. For them, November is familiar. November is accessible. November is when they know their voices belong. Civic groups are ready in November. Language support is ready in November. New voters feel ready in November. And the data backs this up. Across more than 2,000 cities in the United States, average turnout in November odd-year elections is around 30%. But in cities that hold their municipal elections in May, like ours, turnout averages under 17%. That is a nearly 50% jump in participation simply by aligning elections with the months Americans already understand with voting season. So this change, this simple, reasonable change, doesn't just feel right, it works. It brings more people in. And I know that some have asked about the cost. Will it save money? Will it cost money? And my answer is this: even if it costs more, democracy is still worth it. Because the strength of a city is not measured by how cost efficient it is to run an election. It's measured by how many people that election invites in, by how many families feel seen, and by how many voices are heard. Mrs. Huerta, who I didn't know was going to be here, who I'm quoting, She said once that every moment is an organizing opportunity. Every person, a potential activist. Every minute, a chance to change the world. And I believe that, and I know you believe that. I believe our people are ready to engage, ready to participate, and ready to shape the future of the city we all love. This isn't a partisan question. It's a values question. It's about who we are and who we aspire to be. So if we believe in democracy, let's expand it. If we believe in representation, let's strengthen it. If we believe the city belongs to all its people, then let's open the doors wide and welcome them in. Because at the end of the day, when we strip everything else away, the truth is clear. Participation isn't a side effect of democracy. It's the point. Thank you.
Trisha Granovic, followed by Nina Perales.
Hi, good morning and happy holidays. Merry Christmas, everyone. Mayor Jones and council members, thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Trisha Granovic. I am a fourth-generation San Antonian, and I have lived in District 8 for 20 years. I took off work this morning because I felt it was imperative to be here to urge the council to consider and move our elections from May to November, as we've all heard this morning so much about voter turnout being abysmally low. 9% recently for the mayoral election. Turnout only reached 17% in the runoff. Elections should reflect the full voices of our community and not just a small fraction of voters. Across Texas and the country, turnout in May municipal elections is consistently much lower than turnout in November. When elections are held off-cycle, fewer people are aware an election is happening. Fewer people participate, and important decisions end up being made by a very small segment of the population. We heard earlier, in a city with over 1 million registered voters, less than 150,000 cast ballots. Keeping multiple election dates, especially in May when fewer people accept them or are busy with fiesta and summer plans, makes it harder for residents to stay informed. Aligning with the November schedule simplifies the voting calendar, and it makes it easier for people to participate. No other major city in Texas still has municipal elections in May. This is a no-brainer. This change will be consistent with other Texas metro areas. Additionally, we should all care about being wise stewards of our tax dollars. Moving our elections to November would also reduce the cost of administering elections. Running a standalone May election requires additional staffing, equipment, ballots, and operational expenses. It's already been projected to save us nearly $1 million by moving to November from May. But most importantly, democracy works best when more of our citizens are being represented. Shifting our elections to November increases equity and representation and ensures these voices are heard. Higher turnout means we hear from a broader cross-section of our community, working families, young voters, seniors, residents across all neighborhoods. Decisions about our city should be made with input from as many people as possible, not determined by the small number of voters who just happen to participate in May. For all these reasons, higher turnout, lower costs, clearer communication, and stronger representation, I respectfully ask the council to support moving our municipal elections to November. This simple change can strengthen our democracy and ensure that more voices help shape the future of our community. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration today.
Nina Perales, followed by Jacqueline Tacorante.
Good morning. My name is Nina Perales. I'm the Vice President of Litigation for MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Founded in 1968 in San Antonio, Texas, MALDEF is the nation's leading Latino legal civil rights law firm. Among MALDEF's many courtroom victories are a significant number of voting rights cases, including U.S. Supreme Court wins in 2006 and 2018 on behalf of Texas voters. I'm also a constituent of District 8. MALDEF supports the proposal to move San Antonio's general election from May to November in odd-numbered years. Moving the election date presents the city with an opportunity to increase voter participation in municipal officer elections by reducing the number of election dates that voters have to keep track of, and also by offering the city savings that can be used to conduct more voter outreach. San Antonio is the second largest city in Texas. A number of Texas's largest cities have already moved their municipal officer elections from May to November in odd-numbered years, including Houston and Dallas. In addition, Austin, El Paso, and Corpus Christi are among other large cities that have moved their municipal officer elections to November from May. The highest voter turnout is in November. For even-numbered years, for example, in Bexar County, the voter turnout was 59%. That contrasts starkly with the voter turnout that we've seen in May of odd-numbered years for municipal officer elections. Other speakers have already covered that, and I won't go over it again. There was an earlier speaker in opposition to this move that talked about simplifying the process and talked about the fact that if the election is moved to November of odd-numbered years, the ballot with constitutional amendments on it might be longer. And it's true. A voter may have to stay another minute or two to vote additional offices on the ballot. But think about all of the time and the use of resources that voter has to make to get in front of the ballot. With a completely different election on a completely different day, that voter has to do what all of you do when you have to anticipate the election, plan, am I going to leave for work a little bit earlier to swing by the poll on my way in? Do I have to leave work a little bit earlier to vote on my way home? These are all sort of what we call opportunity costs, right? And they exist every time we have an independent election. So I would say that simplification, focus, means moving the election date to November. Thank you.
Jacqueline Tacorante, followed by Susan Corbell.
Good morning, Mayor Jones and City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning before we had lunch so we can get a taco or chicken on a stick. My name is Jacqueline Adrete Tacarante. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy for the National Association of Women Business Owners and the New York City chapter, and a proud small business champion through the United States Small Business Administration. I've spent my entire career advocating for policies that expand access to capital, access to opportunity, and access to participation. Unfortunately, some of the other city council members do not feel the same. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of JMT Media and La Prensa, Texas newspaper that's here. I also stand before you as someone who grew up right here in San Antonio, first in the Creek, then in Heritage Park. I'm a proud graduate of Southwest High School, go Dragons go, and the University of Texas at San Antonio. This community has raised me, shaped me, and taught me the power of showing up. After relocating back home following my father's untimely passing, I made a commitment to listen before I speak. I've been sitting at many of the tables this past year, attending galas, attending meetings behind closed doors, showing up to numerous public meetings, and assessing how I can best continue to support small businesses, veterans, and children who lack access and opportunity. This is my first public comment since moving back home, and I look forward to making many more. I'm additionally honored to be joined by Yvette Teo, the newest publisher and owner of La Prensa Texas, who's committed to ensuring community voices are heard. Today, I'm here to advocate for moving local elections from May to November, because access to democracy should never depend on convenience, awareness, or even privilege. May elections suppress participation. We already know that. They limit turnout for working families, seniors, young voters, and plenty of communities of color. And when elections are held outside the national cycle, fewer people know that they're happening. Fewer people can take time off of work, and fewer voices are heard. That's not democracy. It's exclusion by design. I've seen what intentional policy change can do. In New York City, I played a direct role in advocating for local legislation tied to economic development initiatives that generated over $24 million in revenue, expanding workforce pipelines and creating real opportunity for underserved communities. Policy matters, process matters, and access certainly matters. I was astonished to learn that over the last 3 election cycles, turnout in each district has dropped anywhere from 20 to 35% compared to the previous cycle every 2 years. When we pass this today, because I'm speaking this into existence, both La Prensa and JMT Media and everyone we collaborate with will continue to support and educate rollout efforts. Thank you for your time.
Susan Corbell, followed by Dr. Danette Bloom. Susan Corbell. Okay. Dr. Bloom, followed by Cecilia Cross.
Good morning, everyone. I am Maria Danette Lapis Bloom. It's an honor to speak before you, Mayor Jones, and the rest of the City Council on my thoughts about this. And I support this resolution, but I'm here to yield this floor to my son, who has recently been appointed to the City of San Antonio Youth Commission regarding this resolution. His name is Dane Bloom. This is Dane's message. Good morning. I am Dane Bloom. I have the honor of being appointed to the San Antonio Youth Commission. I personally think that this resolution could save the city money as well as increase voter turnout, especially for first-time voters and young people, as we only have to remember and attend to one election. As a young boy, I have accompanied my mom when she voted and proudly wore those I voted stickers. I've also been often asked by her to remind her to vote, and her dismay when she remembers after early voting that she had to make time during her busy schedule to go and vote during election day. I surveyed my friends at our high school through Instagram about having the City of San Antonio mayoral elections in November instead of May, resulting in one election period in the year. 23 of my friends supported for one election in November. The reasons for support include that it is easier to remember one election. This could potentially increase voter turnout, as we only have to carve out one time to go to the polls once in the year. They agree that this could save the city money, as they don't have to prepare for the logistics of another election. There were also some of my friends who wanted 2 election days, and they reasoned that they wanted 2 paid time off days. They also reasoned that the consolidation could potentially result in too many items in the ballot to consider when everything is consolidated. But I think that with preparation, this could really be resolved. In summary, I and majority of my peers support the resolution. And we are high school students from different districts of the City of San Antonio, and I hope you would hear our voice. Thank you very much.
Cecilia Cross, followed by Rachel Melendez.
Hello, Mayor Jones, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cecilia Cross. I am born and raised San Antonio resident, and I'm here as a representative of Disability SA, which is a nonprofit that is dedicated to making San Antonio the #1 place for people with disabilities to live, work, learn, play, and thrive. And I'm speaking in support of moving our municipal elections in odd years to November, while encouraging the careful planning to avoid creating new barriers for voters with disabilities. So for the disability community, November elections offer several clear benefits. They're aligning local elections with federal and state dates means one consistent election rhythm, which of course reduces confusion and the cognitive load of tracking multiple low turnout election days. It also increases overall turnout and public attention, which can amplify the voices of people with disabilities, the voices of disabled voters, their family members, and caregivers who are already engaged in November elections. but may miss the opportunity to be unable to prioritize a separate May election. And finally, consolidating elections can help focus resources on making our elections more accessible, especially in the area of poll worker training and transportation coordination, instead of spreading those efforts thin over multiple dates. However, at the same time, moving municipal elections in November without intentional planning could unintentionally create new barriers. So just to consider a few examples, longer ballots can increase physical and cognitive fatigue for many disabled voters, especially those using assistive technology or needing more time to navigate each contest. Crowded polling locations, longer lines, and more complex ballot layouts can be particularly challenging for people with mobility disabilities, chronic pain, sensory sensitivities, or personal care needs. And if communication about the change is not accessible and multilingual, disabled voters who may rely on plain language, ASL, or alternative formats or support staff may be left confused about when and how to participate. So for these reasons, disability-focused groups strongly support this move, and that this move be paired with a robust accessibility plan. So this plan should include intentional ballot and signage design that is clear, consistent, and easy to navigate with assistive technology, expanded accessible early voting options and curbside voting spaces, training for poll workers that focuses on sensitivity and awareness, transportation coordination with paratransit and other mobility providers, and targeted outreach in accessible formats to disability service providers, advocates, and self-advocacy networks to ensure voters with disabilities know their rights. It should also include meaningful consultation with voters with disabilities and organizations during implementation as problems arise. Thank you.
You can submit the rest of your comments for the record if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel Melendez, followed by Amanda Mosley.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. My name is Rachel Melendez. I'm the Political Director for Local 23, Unite Here. We're the Hospitality Workers Union. And I'm joined here today by our members who work both at the Grand Hyatt and the Hyatt Regency. We support moving the San Antonio municipal elections to November. And as most people know, and I think probably as Ms. Huerta would attest to, unions are grounded in the democratic process. We are fundamentally a democratic organization. We believe the more participation from our members, the stronger our union, and the more we can win. Our members here actually just proved that last week when they won a new contract, making them the highest paid hotel workers in this city. And so we believe for the city it's the same thing, right? The more participation, the stronger our democracy. I've knocked on thousands of doors. I've called hundreds, not as many, hundreds of voters in this city to talk to them about voting. And oftentimes the first thing I hear is, again, I just voted in November. And I say, that's great. There is another one, right? And so I won't repeat everything that everybody has said, but we agree with them. This needs to happen. This is good for our community. This is good for our city. And it just makes sense. So please pass this resolution. Yeah. Thank you.
Amanda Mosley, followed by Romlet Metz. Amanda Mosley. Romlet Metz. Romlet Metz. Graciela Sanchez, followed by Ananda Thomas.
Can we add Amy Castelli to another 3 minutes and Sherry Campos for another 3 minutes? And I have up here with me Gloria Ramirez, one of our board members living in District 1, Sherry Campos, District 5.
Yes.
What happened to Sandra Martinez? She's in District 4.
Okay. You have 9 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
9 minutes, right? We're here to speak in favor of the proposal to change city elections from May to November. Although there are only 4 or 5 people here, Esperanza represents thousands of people throughout the entire city. We're almost 39 years come January, and we've always spoken for social, economic, environmental, and gender justice. First, we want to thank all of you who have publicly supported this change. This is a time of massive voter suppression. Your support for this proposal is a step towards protecting the voting rights of your constituents. To those of you who have publicly opposed the proposal or who are still undecided, it is understandable that you may want to keep the city election system as it is because, after all, this is the system under which you were elected and you feel comfortable with. But we urge you to look beyond your own familiarity and think about the larger issue of voter suppression. In San Antonio, May elections were adopted as part of a larger effort to restrict voting by Mexican American and Black citizens, along with poll taxes, white-only primaries, English literacy tests, and the like. Because many families left San Antonio in the spring to work as migrant farm workers, holding elections in May effectively reduced the ability of these citizens to vote. Part of our resistance to voter suppression should be the elimination of these remnants of blatant discrimination. We all have a serious responsibility to do anything and everything we can to strengthen our democratic practices. We need to end all forms of voter suppression and to encourage voting participation. This proposal is the most important step we can take right now to strengthen democracy in San Antonio. There is no justification for May elections other than a desire to suppress the vote. Moreover, not one of the arguments made against this proposal is strong enough to be credible. One, the idea that the change won't increase voter participation. Although every national observer insists that a change of this sort will result in larger and more diverse voter participation, one council member has said that this claim is disproved by comparing the San Antonio turnout for the June 2025 mayoral runoff, a voter turnout of 17%, with the Houston's November 2025 vote, which also had a turnout of 17%. But of course, this is a misleading comparison. More appropriate would be to compare Houston with San Antonio's May 2025 election, which only had a turnout of 9%. Number two, argument that the change will cause the school boards to bear much higher election costs. This argument doesn't fly because unlike the city of San Antonio, school districts are free to move their elections to November if they are sincere about wanting to hold down their costs and to increase voter participation at the same time. We've also heard from Mike Villarreal, who said it best. If those school districts want to maintain their May election dates simply in order to continue with extremely low voter turnout, that is not a goal we should support. Please don't support that goal. Moreover, when the city proposed and the voters decided to extend your terms from 2 years to 4 years, neither the council, nor local school boards, nor any of your constituents raised concerns about how this change, this 50% reduction in the number of council elections, would financially burden local school boards. This This just is not a credible argument. The argument that November elections are not desirable because November days are colder and darker, por favor. This point is also not credible, particularly because the council just pushed hard to have the Spurs Arena vote on November 4th. Why didn't council members concerned with the cold and dark days vote to delay that vote? November elections have been part of the U.S. tradition for hundreds of years, and suddenly we want to warn folks about the problem with November elections and December runoff elections? Isn't this problem, if it is one, already solved by the 10 days of early voting currently available? Finally, several of you have complained that there wasn't enough time to talk with constituents about this proposed move of elections to November. But of course, this is a flimsy argument. You have had time, and more importantly, your constituents overwhelmingly support the change. Several TV reports included interviews with Ron the Streets, and essentially everyone who was asked supported the change. Social media buzz is also predominantly in favor of moving the date. People would rather vote once or twice a year and not in March, May, June, and November, and December. We might not be able to change our national and state primary elections, but we can work to consolidate all others. Please support this proposal. Please reaffirm San Antonio's commitment to progressive democracy and make clear that we will resist voter suppression in whatever form. This decision is not just about your personal preference. Decades of years, millions of people in the civil rights movement understand voter suppression more deeply than you possibly can at this moment. If you will ever be able to learn from your elders or to honor and respect those of the civil rights movement, now is the time. Stand tall and vote yes, or accept that your ego is too large to join those who have given so much. Muchas gracias.
Ananda Tomas, followed by Leticia Sanchez.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ananda Thomas, and I'm the Executive Director of Act for SA, a grassroots organization dedicated to fighting the overcriminalization of marginalized communities and reimagining public safety. We've been on the front lines of ballot initiatives and charter amendments since 2021 because we know real change doesn't just come from inside City Hall. It comes from the people who show up, organize, and demand it. And that's why we are here today to strongly support moving San Antonio's municipal elections from May to November. This isn't about convenience. It's about justice, representation, and building a democracy that works for everyone. First, the charter amendment that moved City Council to 4-year terms did create a misalignment with school district elections. Certain school districts will have board seats up for election in May when the city won't be holding those elections, meaning lower voter turnout. Other school districts already hold elections in different months, and as mentioned before, they do have the ability to change when they hold elections. By moving city elections to November of odd-numbered years, we create a clear path for school districts to follow. This isn't just about cost savings, it's about giving voters a chance to weigh in on the future of their schools and their city at the same time, a win for representative democracy. And doing it now gives districts time to adjust before 2027. Second, this change aligns with the city budget cycle, which matters for accountability. Right now, new council members get elected in May and must jump into the budget process by June, with only a few months to learn the ropes, to hear from constituents, and advocate for change. That's not enough time. Moving elections to November gives new council members a full year to understand the budget, to gather community input, and build real policy before their first budget vote. That means voters can trust their voices will be heard, and city staff won't have to scramble when priorities shift because of election results. It also opens the door for candidates to talk about budgets and policy before they're sworn in, not after. Finally, our young people are being shut out. Over 150,000 college students live in San Antonio, many of them eligible to vote. But May is finals week. It's graduation, it's move-out day. Students are not showing up to the polls because of this. November is mid-semester. It's when students are settled, engaged, and more likely to participate. Here's what else we're asking for. If this change saves the city money, and we believe it will, those savings must be reinvested into community. Not police budgets, but into voter education, civic engagement, housing, mental health care, youth development, and more. Let's fund workshops in schools and libraries that teach young people how to vote, how to run for office. Let's fund community. Thank you.
Leticia Sanchez, followed by Carlos Raymond.
Hi. Before I begin with my formal comments, I want to say how honored I feel to be in the presence of great leaders such as Dolores Huerta and Maria Berriosalvo. Thank you for being here and for all the work you've done for us. My name is Leticia Sanchez, and I'm the co-chairperson of the Historic Westside Residents Association, and I'm joined here with Jasmine Herrera, who's one of our board members, and Jeanette Rico, who is one of our members as well. Our residents support the resolution to move our city's general election from May to November. Our association represents a large number of residents who earn the lowest wages in San Antonio, many of whom must work more than one job to make ends meet, and some who are senior citizens or individuals with disabilities. These things make it difficult and limit our residents' participation in our society's supposedly democratic process. When most city committees and commissions meet during working hours or require residents to find their way to city council to participate. Participating in elections is one way that our residents feel that they have access to engaging in the democratic process. However, statistics show that our residents have a poor turnout at elections, and most people who don't know our residents would attribute that to apathy. But if you take the time to speak to our residents, they will tell you that a large reason for not participating in elections is because they're very busy working and trying to take care of their families. Our federal and state leaders continue to work on eroding our access to our rights to vote. So now our city has the opportunity to provide access to our residents by changing the election dates. So our association asks that you support the resolution because it is burdensome for many of our residents to make arrangements to participate in elections. Thank you very much for your time.
Carlos Raymond, followed by Norma Avitua Ovalle.
Good morning, Mayor Jones, members of the City Council, Councilman Rick Galvan, City Councilman. My name is Carlos Antonio Raymond. I am a Vietnam-era veteran and a longtime resident of Bexar County, living in City Council District Number 6. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak on matters that deeply affects our city democratic health. The resolution to move San Antonio municipal election from November, I think it's odd years. I ran for City Council, this body, in District 6 in May 2025. I was honored to stand for service, but what I experienced as a candidate and as a voter was discouraging. Turnout was extremely low. Why? Because our election was scheduled on May the 3rd of 2025. It was scheduled in the middle of Fiesta and other major community events. Too many residents chose celebration over civic participation, not because they don't care, but because the date made it hard, extremely hard, for them to show up. Low turnout votes not represent the rich diversity of San Antonio. It benefits only the most motivated few. As a veteran who travels to school across Bexar County to teach young people about the importance of voting, I know every vote matters, and that our election schedule should encourage participation, not to discourage it. We are not alone in this thinking. Cities like Houston and Dallas, which I have had the opportunity to live there for several years, we moved the municipal election to November and saw great voter involvement. Aligning our local election with statewide and nationwide ballots means the following. People don't have to choose between work or the polls. More working families can participate without sacrificing income or time. And our city can eliminate confusions and reduce election costs. This change is not about politics. It's about strengthening democracy in San Antonio.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. You can share your
We
speech.
want parents,
Thank you, Mr. Raymond.
professionals, seniors, and especially veterans to be a part of the process they care about. Moving election to November will mean more voices, more presentation, and a council that reflects the
Mr.
true
Raymond.
fabric of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. You can share your remarks with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Norma Avetua Avalle.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Norma Avitua Ovalle, and I'm the current president for the National Association of Hispanic Nurses for San Antonio chapter. I'm also full-time faculty, assistant clinical professor at the School of Nursing for the University of Texas at San Antonio. In my profession, I have worked shift schedules from 6:30 in the morning to 7:30, 8 o'clock at night for the last 24 years as a nurse administrator in a hospital in the medical center. In my experience, I have had the misfortune to not be able to vote due to work hours and schedule shifts during early voting as well as May and November elections. One thing nurses must do is they must enter their work schedules 30 days in advance. I believe the opportunity by having elections in November will allow nurses and healthcare workers to focus and make it a scheduled day to go vote. I urge the City of San Antonio, the council, to support the resolution to move the general elections, which will provide for municipal elections to be moved to November to uniform the elections dates in the odd-numbered years. I believe that this will increase voter turnout among healthcare professionals, as well as nursing students who are our future nurse professionals. Currently, nurse professional shifts begin prior to voting polls opening and closing due to their shift hours. These are potential voters whose vote goes unaccounted for. The 5 hospital systems employ approximately around 452,000 nurses, physicians, and healthcare personnel. These healthcare personnel are interested in our city and the outcomes that come from these elections. Further, according to the city manager, this could save San Antonio anywhere from $800,000 to an estimated $1 million per election cycle in which those funds could be utilized otherwise. In closing, I urge the City of San Antonio to pass the general elections resolutions to implement this legislation. the San Antonio City Council, and my District 6 Councilman, the Honorable Rick Galvan, to approve the municipal elections to be moved from May to November by December 31st of 2025. And also, I'd like to thank Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones for supporting the San Antonio Nursing Consortium. Thank you so much.
Gabriela Ibarra, followed by Triste Ordex. Gabriela Ibarra.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Gabriela Ibarra. I am a Latina leader in our community, a current PhD candidate, and a proud mujer fuerte. I grew up on the west side and now reside in District 4. I stand here representing working mothers, working students, and la comunidad, neighbors who deserve a real opportunity for meaningful voter participation. In order for process to change, we must invest in the people, la gente. Invest in San Antonio by moving the elections to November. Invest in our working mothers and fathers. Invest in our working students. Invest in our senior citizens. Invest in our city. And lastly, invest in us. People like myself who work, study, and take care of a family have a busy schedule. I believe moving the elections will give them a better flexibility of voting. I emphasize the importance of giving our city a chance for higher voter turnout, moving elections to November, allowing working families, students, and everyday residents a better chance to plan, educate themselves while all the people are balancing their jobs and life. This will give them time and access needed to be informed, engaged, and present. It gives our community the opportunity to understand who is on the ballot before casting their vote. As a community leader, I respectfully encourage the council to vote in favor of moving our elections to November. This is about access, equity, participation, and investment in our city.
Triste Ordex, followed by Petra Mata.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tristeza Ordex. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a Texas voter based out of Dallas, and the organizing director at Vet Voice Foundation. I'm also part of a military family that votes in every election. Because of my work, I'm able to stay connected and up to date on election dates and voting information that makes it possible for my family to participate consistently. But for many military and veteran families, especially those without someone actively engaged in civic work, it could be much harder to keep track of changing election dates and requirements, particularly when elections are held outside of the November cycle. This year, the Dallas City Council voted to move its municipal elections to the November uniform election date, recognizing that aligning elections to help reduce confusion and makes it so that we can participate in a more accessible way, and so that working families and seniors and young people could turn out at greater numbers. I'm here today on behalf of Vet Voice Foundation, a veteran-led, nonpartisan organization dedicated to expanding voter access in our democracy. Across the nation, including here in San Antonio, we work to ensure that veterans, military service members, and military families and their communities have clear and transparent pathways to vote. Veterans understand the importance of strong local leadership and civic participation. Aligning municipal elections with the November election date is a practical step that strengthens the democratic values we served to protect. So on behalf of Vet Voice Foundation, I respectfully ask for your support in this resolution. Thank you.
Petra Mata, followed by Amanda Lee Keemer. Petra Mata. Okay. Amanda Lee Keemer, followed by Carmen Gomez.
Hello. Good morning. I have notes on my phone, so bear with me. My name is Amanda Lee Keemer. I'm a District 5 resident of Councilmember Castillo. I grew up off Blanco and Bassi. I'm an SISD kid. All the things go on and on. I'm here in my role as a cybersecurity professional. I'm a nationally recognized national security leader, and so coming with that perspective today that I feel like is missing from this conversation about moving the elections from May to November. So for those who don't live in cybersecurity and election security and national security world, election infrastructure is considered critical infrastructure subsector under protecting government facilities. So that includes things like voter registration databases, IT systems, IT infrastructure and systems to manage elections, such as counting, auditing, and displaying election results, voting systems, associated infrastructure, storage facilities, and polling places, physical polling places, including early voting locations. That is a lot of ground to cover. That's a lot of things to protect, both virtually as well as in person. So in the environment that we're in today, we are proud to be Military City, USA, and I'm proud to be a military family member. My brother served in the Marine Corps. We come from a long history of military family members. We are in an environment where we have a lot of threats. So as much as we're proud to be Military City, USA, we're also a target. And we don't talk about that a lot. We talk about all the things that we love about our veterans, our military bases and things like that, but we're also a target. And so as much as I'm an optimistic, happy person, we need to prepare for these threats as they evolve and increase with the influence of AI. And so by moving the elections from May to November, we can pool our resources and make sure that we're protecting voters, protecting sites, protecting poll workers, no matter what side of the aisle that they're on, no matter who's running for office. Everybody deserves to vote in a safe and secure way. When it comes to the safety and security of our students, if the ISDs were also to follow and move their elections, we can use gyms and other ways to facilitate safe voting while school is in session. There's also an issue of morale. When it comes to poll workers and recruiting poll workers and folks to work at the polls, there are security concerns. So as we pool resources and move the May elections to November, we can share and work together. One thing I want to leave y'all with is from General Nakasone, who used to run the NSA, that voting is an enduring no-fail mission. So not just for the US, but for all of us. And so together we can bring speed and unity of effort against any foreign adversaries who might seek to undermine our democratic institutions. So I hope that we can count on y'all to protect our elections at the municipal level and move them to November. Thank you.
Carmen Gomez, followed by Kareli Guevara.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Carmen Gomez. I'm a lifelong resident of San Antonio and a resident of District 8. I looked around this room, and first I just want to commend all of the prior city officials and county officials who came, civic leaders. I guess that's why my husband Joe and I love this community so much, because speaking to this council today and voicing how we feel and making sure our voice is heard is very important. I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the seriousness with which the council is approaching this issue. I also understand that some concerns have been raised about the potential impact on school districts. These concerns deserve to be heard. However, respectfully believe they should not be the guiding principle.
1 second, Ms. Gomez, please quiet on the dais. Thank you.
The guiding principle must be voter participation. For too long, San Antonio's municipal elections have produced extremely low turnout, especially among working people, young voters, and communities that already face barriers to participation. May elections held during fiesta, graduations, and peak work seasons make it harder, not easier, for people to vote. As a city with a long and painful history of discrimination against Mexican Americans and Black communities, we must be honest with ourselves. Systems that depress turnout do not affect everyone equally. They disproportionately silence the very voices that struggled for generations to be heard, and for some of you that are currently on the council to be elected today. Changing our elections to November is not about copying other cities or creating inconvenience for any institution. It is about removing barriers and aligning our civic process with when people already expect to vote. I have also heard discussion about possibly delaying this change to a later date. I want to be clear and respectful. I do not support a delay. The legislature has given us a very narrow window to act. We have the data. We have the community input. We have decades of lived experience telling us that May elections do not work for most San Antonians. Delay only preserves a system that already now excludes too many people. School districts, like other institutions, are capable of adapting as they have in cities across Texas. But the city of San Antonio must first do what is right for its own voters and people. I am proud to stand today with former mayors, with the League of Women Voters, with the Southwest Voter Registration and Education Project, and with generations of organizers who fought to expand democracies. I just want to thank Ms. Huerta for being here. She's very God-sent. Thank you to all and each one of you.
Victoria De Leon, followed by Faye Sufincia. Kareli, I'm sorry, my mistake. Kareli Guevara. And then Victoria De Leon, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for letting me speak up here. I know it is your duty to listen to your constituents, but thank you regardless. My name is Kareli. I was born and raised in South Texas, if you couldn't tell. And I work for Radical Registrars, a nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to upping the numbers of registered voters here in our San Antonio community. I support moving the elections from May to November in odd-numbered years because at the end of the day, this vote is about removing barriers to the ballot box. Texas already makes it incredibly difficult to vote. No online voter registration, voting by mail restrictions, and strict voter registration deadlines 30 days before each election. That's a lot of people to keep up with. That's a lot for people to keep up with and makes fighting voter fatigue a huge challenge for our community. For working families, students, and people juggling multiple jobs, remembering multiple election dates in a single year can mean the difference between voting and sitting out. If you look around the room, the people in here will not be the ones most affected by this vote. You shouldn't have to be a political activist to feel participation in every vote. We're out registering college students. We see how energized they are each time they get registered for participating. They understand that voting is a way to build communities they want to live in. And the motion is about giving more people that opportunity to participate. Now, the numbers, as we heard a lot of people talk about, 17% in May is for the runoff. You guys don't sit up here and vote for changes that affect 17% of San Antonians. You vote for stuff that affects everybody. Now, I understand we're never going to have 100% voter turnout in any election, but moving this election from May to November is going to increase our voter turnout. That's what the numbers say. I don't understand I understand maybe the school district. I get that that's a bit difficult to look at and see that they might struggle, but that shouldn't affect us doing something good for the rest of San Antonio. I urge you guys to please listen to, I believe, 63 people who signed up to speak today. Pretty sure the majority of that is in favor to this vote. We're out here begging you guys to vote for it, to have our voices heard, to have more San Antonians vote in these elections. So please consider that. Thank you.
Victoria De Leon, followed by Faye Sufincia.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Victoria De Leon, and I'm a resident of District 7. I'm here today in strong support of moving San Antonio's elections from May to November because bottom line, this is about increasing access to participation and making it easier for voters. This would especially be a win for working families, those balancing work, childcare, and everything else that life throws at them. Many people in our community are in survival mode, and when that's the reality, staying informed and engaged in local elections can feel impossible or just, bottom line, just doesn't take priority. I'm the first person in my family, and I have a very big family, to have the luxury of time to volunteer, to learn about the issues, and to show up in civic spaces. The single mother who raised me didn't have that opportunity. She was raising 4 kids, working to pay the bills, and caring for my grandparents and great-grandparents, all living under one roof. There was no time to track election dates or listen to politicians she didn't believe cared about her family. She truly felt her voice and her vote didn't matter, and it pains me to know that so many people in our community feel that way. That sense of exclusion is especially real in our low-income communities of color, where the very valid distrust in government keeps people from engaging in politics. And in a state with some of the strictest voting laws in the nation, any step towards a more inclusive democracy matters. Consolidating elections can help reduce voter fatigue and allow more time and energy for us to be spent on educating voters, engaging communities, and building trust in systems that should be working for them and not against them. I also proudly serve as board chair for Radical Registrars, again, a nonpartisan civic engagement nonprofit. Supporting this move from an organizational standpoint was an easy decision, informed by the conversations our team has with voters across the city nearly every day. So I urge you to vote yes on this motion and help give more families and individuals a real opportunity to participate in our local democracy. Thank you.
Fe Suficiencia, followed by Luis Vasquez.
Good morning, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Fe Suficiencia, and I'm here representing Lead Filipino. We are a community-based organization that has spent over a decade building civic leadership and voter engagement pipelines for Filipino and Asian Americans across the country. At Lead Filipino, we don't just talk about voter participation, we organize it. And for years, we've knocked on doors, hosted voter registration drives, organized on college campuses, and engaged working families. Through this work, we've learned one simple truth, and that is when access is there, engagement from our communities follows. Asian American voters are a growing community in San Antonio, but one of the least represented at the ballot box. Here in San Antonio, many of our families work on the front lines of the industries that keeps the city running. They work in healthcare, education, hospitality, and the military. These are essential workers. They work long, unpredictable shifts. So when elections are held in May, they're much harder to track, harder to access, and harder to prioritize, not because our communities don't care, but because the structure of these elections makes participation harder. In civic organizing spaces here in San Antonio, with many of the folks in this room would know, we're often told that low turnout is just the reality in San Antonio. But last month proved otherwise. With nearly a 10-point increase in turnout compared to the May and June elections, San Antonio showed us that when elections are accessible, then our communities will show up. So with that, I respectfully urge you to vote yes on moving San Antonio's municipal elections to November. Thank you and salamat.
Patricia Castillo, followed by Carmina Cardona. Luis, and then Patricia Castillo.
All right, thank you. Well, it's almost good afternoon, Mayor Jones and members of the City Council. And I'd like to take just a few seconds of privilege to shout out to the YWLA, Young Women's Leadership Academy, students who are watching us live right now on my sister's senior there. So I am joined by Kenitra Heights. She is the board president of the San Antonio LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, who will be delivering remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenitra Heights. I am the Vice President of the San Antonio LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce and a current resident of District 10. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of item 4, the resolution to move the City of San Antonio's general election for mayor and city council from May to November in odd-numbered years as authorized by the Texas legislature. The Chamber represents LGBTQ+ and allied small businesses, entrepreneurs, and professionals across our city. From our perspective, this proposal is about participation, access, and a stronger local economy. May elections consistently produce lower voter turnout, particularly among families, small business owners, young voters, and communities that already face barriers to civic engagement. When fewer residents participate, the decisions shaping our city do not fully reflect the people who live, work, and build their businesses here. Moving municipal elections to November is a practical step to reduce voter fatigue, increase awareness, and make participation easier for people balancing work, family, and education. Higher turnout strengthens public trust, improves representation, and creates a more stable environment for businesses and economic growth. From a business standpoint, civic engagement matters. Entrepreneurs thrive in communities where residents feel connected to their local government and confident that their voices do count. Aligning city elections with November election cycles removes unnecessary barriers while also creating cost efficiencies by sharing election expenses with other entities. The San Antonio LGBTQ+ Chamber of Commerce respectfully urges City Council to support this resolution as a policy decision that expands across, strengthens democracy, and benefits the long-term economic health of our city. Thank you all for your leadership and for your continued service to San Antonio.
Patricia Castillo, followed by Carmina Cardona.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Patricia Castillo. I have spent 46 years serving the city of San Antonio, mainly in positions that have dealt with people losing their right to speak, their right to have an opinion, their right to have a voice, because I've worked in family violence those 46 years. So I've witnessed what it feels like and what it means to be denied having a voice throughout my whole career, my whole life's work. It's very important that we recognize that as elected officials for our community, it's your responsibility to ensure that every voice is heard, that everybody has a chance at being part of the decision-making process for our community. Because having that denied, very frankly, in some cases, it kills. And so please seriously consider what you're doing today with casting this vote. It's gonna make life changes for some people. And I want San Antonio to be on the forefront of that kind of transformation for our nation, especially during these dark times when everybody in our government, state and federal, is trying to deny us these opportunities, take them away. Long, hard, fought for rights. As far as they're concerned, it would be okay if we didn't have them. It would be okay if we didn't have a voice. It would be okay if we were all stuck at home, having babies and cooking and cleaning and, running around with a piece of tape on our mouth. That's not what this country needs. This country needs the participation of everybody, and in a timely fashion and with the greatest opportunity to share what it is they think and what it is they want. And I would like to urge all of you to please vote yes for this opportunity. It's a golden opportunity. And I'm here, having lived in Council District 6 for the past 19 years, But I'm sorry, Rick, I'm leaving you for Edward. Okay? Don't be heartbroken. And my work will continue wherever I live in this city. It's my home, and I love it. Please do the right thing, because if you do, I'm going honking, okay? Thank you.
Carmina Cardona, followed by Father Richard Aguilar.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones, council members, and city manager. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a night shift nurse of 10 years, and I am a District 2 constituent. I am speaking in support of the resolution to move our city's general election from May to November in odd-numbered years. I love what I do. I love caring for the people of San Antonio. However, I face real challenges to civic participation. Many healthcare workers are in the same boat as me and experience long overnight hours, rotating schedules, and spend our daytime hours recovering so that we can return to work to safely care for our patients. Moving elections to November will better allow us to plan ahead to vote and engage. It will improve access and participation for working professionals, especially us healthcare professionals who live in different districts. I respectfully urge the council to support it. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Father Aguilar, followed by William Ripto.
Buenas tardes, Mayor Jones, members of the City Council. I'm here to speak, as you have heard from the great majority of the persons speaking today. I've been in the chamber about 90% of the time, and I've heard only one person speak against this suggestion that you vote to change the elections from May to November. I say to you, we live in a constitutional crisis right now. And the question that all of us need to ask ourselves every day is that what can I do for democracy? You, representatives of our city, that's the question you're being asked. What will you do for democracy today? When I received my voter registration card in 1975, my mother came to me at the door when I got home from school, and she said, "Your poll tax arrived." She grew up in a time, as a lot of your grandparents and parents and persons in this chamber, where there was voter suppression, and it was simply called the poll tax by persons of color. You have an opportunity to not be complicit with the voter suppression that's occurring now in 2025. I have a friend named Desmond Meade in Florida who's in charge of an organization called Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. And Desmond's slogan for his organization is, "Let my people vote." Clearly a reference to Moses, "Let my people go." And that's what we're asking you, to let the people vote. That's what will happen if you move these elections. The other that Desmond has said is that persons closest to a pain are closest to a solution. All morning and now into the early afternoon, you have heard from persons who know the pain of being denied the vote, who've been denied rights, who've been denied the opportunity to be a participant. I'm proud to be from San Antonio. When I was born, my family lived in the Alazan Courts. So in my lifetime, I lived in what is now District 5. My mother's a single parent, acquired a house that still belongs to the family in District 9. And upon my retirement, my wife and I lived in District 3 and now in District 10. You have heard from citizens from each of your districts this morning and this afternoon. Please make this change. I'm surprised that the Texas legislature actually could be called bipartisan. You've been given a gift to make it well for San Antonio. Thank you very much.
William Ripto, followed by Adriana Addix. William Ripto. Okay. Adriana Addix, followed by Rebecca Flores.
Good morning, council members and community. I am standing in for Adriana Addix. My name is Melodia Gutierrez. I use she, her, ella pronouns, and I am a part of the Human Rights Campaign and the Human Rights Campaign of San Antonio. So today we face a choice. You face a choice. Continue holding city elections at a time when most of our neighbors don't vote, or we have an opportunity we can grab right now to uniformly shift our elections to November, when turnout historically surges and more people are civically engaged. And as many have said, San Antonio is the only city who doesn't allow this and offer this opportunity. Especially for LGBTQ+ and BIPOC communities who work hard to be seen and heard, the low turnout translates into low influence. This means crucial decisions about police practices, housing, healthcare, human services, dignity in public spaces, and representation at City Hall are made by a fraction of the population. The current situation is not equitable and it is not representative. Moving to November is not a cure-all to the turnout challenges we are faced with, but it is a clear and correct step towards fairness. It aligns city elections with a date San Antonians and the nation at large are familiar with, expect, and plan for. It also increases the likelihood that neighbors, including queer folks, Black voters, Latina families, and others, will show up, and the bonus is that this move saves the city millions, which can instead support community programs. Some are raising process concerns or are asking for more time. That is reasonable, but this deadline isn't a bureaucratic squeeze. It is a simple call to act for basic inclusion, and we cannot let this opportunity pass us by, as we will not get another easily accessible window soon. If this opportunity is lost, we risk leaving another generation without a strong voice. And another generation without a strong voice, even more importantly, in local government. Our time is now, and we must act boldly and justly. Council members, the power to make San Antonio more just does not start with rhetoric, it starts with action, which means access to the ballot. Aligning our municipal elections with November is not just smart governance, it's about equity in action. It's saying that in San Antonio, everyone, especially those historically excluded, counts. I urge you to vote for practical access to voting. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Rebecca Flores, followed by Christine Drennan.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I live in District 5. My name is Rebecca Flores, and I stand here to support the motion to move the May municipal elections to November. This motion actually forced me to walk around my neighborhood. I live in District 5, and I have a petition that I want to give you, Councilmember Castillo, from my neighbors. But the majority of them, you know, not everyone answers their doors, or they go to sleep early or whatever. They all said they would appreciate the move from May to November, every one of them. And most of them considered the fact that it would save money. And they talked about local issues that were going on in our neighborhood. And let me just tell you, Terry, a couple of things. We need speed bumps. There's so many accidents on the corner where I live, where your mama lives too. And that would decrease their car repairs and their car insurance. So it's speed bumps. So a lot of the money that you're going to save here might go back into the neighborhoods. We have a food pantry on the corner there on Gibbons and Edwards, because people, you know, do not have enough money to buy food. And my neighbor just said that her landlady was increasing her rent because of the water fees that are going to be increased. And so we're all suffering, right? That neighborhood is suffering. And so when you look at hopefully the cost that we could save with the May election, the May runoff, and all of that, dig it back into our communities. If not for this, then at least for civic engagement. You know, the Project Marvel vote did something. It really, I saw so much interest in this vote, so much interest. I could not believe the numbers of people who were going to the district meetings, right, and talking and asking questions that were so pertinent to this Project Marvel election. Project Marvel did not have a mandate when they won this election, even though they put in $12 million or $15 million. The other side did, the Spurs side did. These are the billionaires who own this company. They wanted to win. And the question, of course, is always why. And of course, the reason, of course, is always that they want more and more money for themselves. So Project Marvel was marvelous for us because it really engaged people. So now, instead of focusing on this, vote on it, vote on the motion, vote for it, but then focus your energies on what's going to be the next steps for Project Marvel, because we are interested, very interested, in where our taxpayer money is going to. And I think that we have to watch every step, all of you, of this term agreement, so that we make sure that the taxpayers in the city of San Antonio don't get continuously bilked by the billionaires in the city. So please vote for the motion, Terry. I leave you the petitions, okay? Thank you.
Christine Drennan, followed by Dr. Carmen Tafola.
Good afternoon. Hold on. My name is Christine Drennan. I'm a resident of District 1, and I chair the Urban Studies program at Trinity University. Elections are the one opportunity in which most of us are able to participate in the political process. Yet our political climate nationwide is not conducive to voting or to participation. In fact, it's discouraged. Moving and eliminating voting places, changing voting requirements, introducing additional identification requirements are intended to discourage participation nationwide. And now the city of San Antonio seems to join the game. Rather than extending the franchise to include more people, we choose to maintain a confusing, obfuscating calendar that discourages participation. Since the 1970s, the city of San Antonio has extended the franchise, and the people who fought and implemented that are here now in this room. And now this council wants to reverse that trend and go backwards. And why? To a lot of us, it seems that this is self-preservation for you alone. San Antonio has been a safe haven during this otherwise tumultuous years, dictated by a national administration, and now it feels like we're falling in line. And it's embarrassing that the city, which has been a forefront in inclusion and in equity and in just extending this franchise to all members of the community, now seems to be following the national trend of backing up and reversing that, and I'm sorry, it's emotional, but in minimizing voter participation. Thank you.
Dr. Carmen Tafoya, followed by Deanne Cuellar. She's not here. Okay. Deanne Cuellar, followed by Isabel Galvan.
Hello. I'm waiting to see the timer. Can I see the timer? It'll help me. Hi. Hi, my name is Deanne Cuellar. I'm a District 1 resident. I'm here, today's the 4th day of my vacation. I haven't had a vacation in a really long time. I'm just saying that because, I'm not here for work. And I decided today to talk about time since I'm here on my vacation. I said that because I was thinking about what I wanted to say last night. I was thinking about how often, as elitist activists, we make fun of people who stand in line for chicken on a stick, or stand in line to get an autograph by somebody at Comic-Con, or we just make fun of people who stand in line instead of standing in line for voting. And then I was thinking about how precious time is, and that those people are standing in time because they're standing in time for an experience, with their family, and kind of like the same way we stand in time to vote, because that's how important that experience is. And I was thinking about the economy of moving the election. I was just thinking about how you can't buy time, you know. And there's people in this room today, and there's people in my life who all they want is more time, you know. So I just feel like as a San Antonian, time is something we cannot put a price on. And as a Jew and as a queer person, I think about, even though might not be always practicing Sabbath on every Friday and every Saturday, I really value my Saturdays off and the opportunity and privilege and the power that I have to take that Saturday off. And so I'm wondering, by moving the election, that we're giving back San Antonians something that doesn't have a price, which is an extra day, some time. Anyway, I'll end with this. My talking points about time is also about how I'm emotional that it makes me feel about this issue as someone who's lost time due to my health and my disabilities. So I'm here because I'm concerned about the city moving on from this election and voting no. I also want to stop when I think about time. Dolores Huerta's not here. I was actually thinking about her too last night, was washing dishes, because she gave me a piece of advice a long time ago that said, like, you know, just do the dishes. They don't have to be clean, but at least they're done. Right? She's like, you know, so I feel like if we don't vote yes for this, that we are not saying that people in our community are not important, that we're reserving this time for the few. And I think that that there's evidence and the data exists that we should support this. And I feel like election timing is not a scheduling detail, it's a power choice. And voting no is choosing a rigged system and a status quo. And historically, San Antonians, our leaders, have worked to expand the circle of who counts, and I trust that you will continue to do so. Thank you.
Isabel Galvan, followed by Kate Sanchez. Isabel Galvan. Kate Sanchez. Followed by Michael Valdez.
Oh my gosh, we made it. I need some matcha and some tacos. I didn't anticipate that many people to sign up, so that's amazing to see that people care. Yeah, my name is Kate Sanchez. I am the Senior Manager of Organizing and Advocacy for Planned Parenthood South Texas. I'm a current a resident of District 2, but we have clinics in Districts 1, 3, 6, 7, and 10. Still waiting to hear back from a couple of you on the tours, so I'll keep my inbox open. But yeah, I wanted to come here today to speak in support of the potential of moving municipal elections to November. While our passion is providing healthcare and health education in the community, of course, we also very much engage in nonpartisan get out the vote efforts. We do this because we know that the voting process, must be made clear, easily accessible, timely, relevant, and that's if we want all people, including people with marginalized identities, to participate in the democratic process. Data from several universities and research institutes show that off-cycle elections are likely not an accurate representation of the community at large. They tend to see turnout from affluent voters and special interest groups. For Texas, San Antonio actually has a higher voter turnout than other cities, as has been said by multiple people here, but we still only see 10 to 15% of registered voters coming out, so that's 80 to 90% of people not having their voice heard or making their voice heard. Data also shows that when major Texas cities moved their municipal elections, they saw higher voter turnout. So our city will become more vibrant, and it's just a better, tighter-knit community when more people engage in the democratic process. Right now, in the moment we're living in, with great frequency, we're seeing a pattern in legislation that restricts and silences groups who are marginalized, and this includes healthcare that we're very familiar with at Planned Parenthood, but also gerrymandering that we're seeing at the state level. When we're living in an environment that is this hostile, we understand and very much appreciate the urgency, Mayor Jones. Thank you for bringing this up. We want San Antonio voters to be engaged in creating a community that we all want to see. We also very much appreciate council members wanting to hear from their constituents and get them involved. We remain curious and optimistic about that. Ultimately, if the goal is for San Antonio to see higher voter turnout and civic engagement, this initiative might provide that, then Planned Parenthood South Texas stands in support of it in the hopes that it will help us reach a more representative vote and community. So thank you all.
Michael Valdez, followed by Pete Bernal.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Valdez. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I'm also a UTSA student, and I live in District 6 in the beautiful Edgewood Independent School District. I'm here today for this important conversation regarding the proposal to move the City of San Antonio elections from May to November in odd years. I support this proposal, and I believe it presents an opportunity to strengthen local democracy. It is also important to acknowledge that we have a lot of work to do to align 7 local school districts that are not aligned in the November odd year election cycle, and the Southwest Independent School District, who is not on the presentation provided by the city staff, and school districts that are in the presidential and governor election, such as Edgewood, South San, and East Central. Cities and school districts serve the same communities and the same voters. Some school districts even have November election days off for students. This is an opportunity for young people and their families to learn about being civically engaged, and our public schools are the ones that open their doors as polling sites. Less elections means safer schools because anyone can walk into a school during a polling site, and that means less disruption to improve student success. The city has a role to play as a partner in strengthening local democracy across all institutions. There are also cost considerations. Consolidated elections can reduce per voter costs, and if this change results in savings, those resources should be reinvested in youth services and civic engagement efforts so young people are better equipped and encouraged to participate in our democratic process. Ultimately, this decision should be about collaboration, alignment, and a shared commitment to improving democratic participation at every level of local governance, including our schools and our community colleges. I also think we always have to be in the mindset of looking at our city and our school systems together. San Antonio is different from places like Dallas or Houston that mainly work with one large school district. We have more than 16 independent school districts, which make collaboration harder, but it also is important. If we are serious about improving democracy and civic engagement, the city has to work with school districts as partners and treat local governance as one connected system. I also want to thank and amplify the young youth commissioner whose speech was read today in support of this measure. Thank you for your time.
Pete Bernal, followed by Lupita Gonzalez.
Mayor, Councilwomen, thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I'm Peter Bernal with the American GI Forum of Bexar County. I was also, for 20 years, I lived in District 4 and a good current advocate for District 4. Right now, he just spoke on Southwest ISD. Let me tell you about a veteran who ran for the Southwest ISD board and was a victim of the not aligning with the city. Currently, the elections in 2020, Southwest ISD was forceful to go to elections in November. In November, one of the person that ran was a vet, and this vet won with 30,800 votes. He won that election, beating an incumbent of over 40 years. The next thing that happened was 3 years later, they choose to go with another municipality, not San Antonio, which they didn't want their voters. They say those voters don't have the same perspective as Southwest. So therefore, me being the vet, I lost my election with 400 votes. I'm telling you, this is a way that creates barriers. Now, this is your opportunity to fix this. This is a time for all of you to come together and afford the opportunity for all voices to be heard. This is a time for opportunity, not just don't make it personal. If you're going to be personal about something else, be personal on another issue, but let people vote. The issue is, right now, it's focusing on the people being able to vote and be able to go to the polls. Right now, Southwest ISD creates barriers in creating a different ballot, a different place to vote, a different place even to vote for Mr. Mujia as a councilman. It's crazy how they can use this, and don't use this to do that. Don't be Southwest ISD. Be the city of San Antonio. be your own people, and move the elections to November. Thank you.
Lupita Gonzalez, followed by Selena Montoya.
Thank you. Before my clock begins, I need support with slides. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I provided some slides for you. The very first page has a pie chart. So, my name is Lupita Gonzalez, and I'm with the Thrive Advisory, specializing in the intersection of policy analysis, effective governance, and strategy development. According to the 2024 Status of Poverty Report, 1 in 2 San Antonians struggle to afford basic necessities or are one emergency away from financial instability. I'm going to repeat that again. According to the 2024 Status of Poverty Report, 1 in 2 San Antonians struggle to afford basic necessities or are one emergency away from financial instability. I work with think tanks, policy organizations, and public institutions to evaluate how policy design affects access, legitimacy, and outcomes, especially for residents facing predictable barriers. I'm here to offer an equity impact perspective on the question of election timing. Not as a political argument, but as a governance one. In this context, equity asks a simple question. Does a policy work for residents with the least time, money, and flexibility, or does it depend on people having surplus resources to participate? May municipal elections consistently produce very low turnout. When participation is this limited, election outcomes reflect who can overcome barriers, and it's not the full city of San Antonio. That is not a failure of civic responsibility, it's a predictable outcome of system design, and that fails our wide citizenry. Can you go back to the chart? Thank you, yes. If you look at this chart, I'm not going to go word per word, but there's some populations that already representatives of these populations spoke. For example, disability. The May election timing, there's more barriers for people with disabilities. It's a straight green light for the November election for people from the different populations that experience barriers from the May election as opposed to the November election. So feel free to dive in as I speak. The residents most affected by May elections, meaning who are excluded due to systemic barriers, are hourly and low-wage workers, let's keep it there, please, on the chart. Sorry. Systemic barriers are hourly and low-wage workers, caregivers and single parents, public transit-dependent residents, and younger voters. Simply look at the slides, and I think that in order to honor our democracy, we need to have our elections moved to November. Thank you.
Selena Montoya, followed by Debbie Jennings.
Good morning. My name is Selena Montoya, and normally right about now, I would actually be singing Jingle Bells with a classroom of 4-year-olds. So in this case, I felt being here this morning was a little bit more important. I'm an active voter, a frequent volunteer, and a sometimes consultant for candidates running for office ranging from school board to national races. I'm also the board chair of a statewide organization called Annie's List. There we support women who are running for office while also recruiting and training individuals who support them. This year alone, we supported more than 150 such candidates across the state. I'm here today to speak in support of holding municipal elections in November. This move has significant potential benefits, not only for the city, but for candidates and especially for voters. We've heard from the city that there are potential cost savings approaching $1 million, and in this case, I'll note that in Dallas, where they recently passed this they passed unanimous support for this, their cost savings were about half that. In my world, I focus on candidates, especially first-time candidates. Let me remind, there are people just like you who maybe ran for the first time recently. They are like myself as well. They're homeroom parents, PTA volunteers, parents and grandparents of public school students. They're running because they want to make a significant contribution to their communities. Many find that when they knock on doors for their first time, their potential constituents are often unaware that there even is an election. In my own community of Alamo Heights, half the time the election is canceled for a lack of candidates to consider. Making this move has the capacity to increase voter awareness and which in turn leads to greater community engagement and connection. Our first speaker, the Honorable Dolores Huerta, named states like California, where municipalities experienced turnout rates as low as ours, have in fact mandated to hold their elections in November. And I can tell you that personally, in precincts with even the highest voter turnout, we see a marked decrease in May elections. This year, the state legislature has given us an unexpected opportunity, albeit with a deadline, to make an evidence-based change toward easing voter confusion, increasing turnout, and promoting democracy. So to summarize, cost savings, candidate support, community engagement, and voter turnout are all compelling reasons to support moving municipal elections to November, and to do so by the state mandated deadline of December 31st. I know we're all giving up something today. Being here today, whether that's paid time off, family obligations, or in my case, the joyful sounds of a class of 4-year-olds. So in closing, I hope in voting to approve this change, you'll also accept the gift of time you will each receive as a result. Thank you for your consideration.
Debbie Jennings, followed by Larry Romo. Debbie Jennings. Okay. Larry Romo, followed by Jack Finger.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jones, City Council members. My name is Larry Romo. I'm a proud born and raised Military City USA San Antonian, Highlands High School graduate, United States Air Force Academy graduate, 28 years of military service, veteran, former United States Selective Service System Director, and currently serve as the LULAC National Vice President for Military and Veterans, and a former National American GF Forum Commander. We salute your service, Mayor and Council members, for our city, by your service to the city, by ensuring you are optimizing our community wellness. When I and other military members join the military, we take an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, like you did, Mayor Jones, to be patriots and warriors to support democracy. Clearly, most take this oath seriously. You all took a similar oath of office to support the laws of Texas and the United States and the United States Constitution. You are the domestic warriors and patriots for the city of San Antonio and to prove and defend our democracy. I ask, based on the preponderance of evidence, that all the pros outweighing the cons, to move the elections from May to November, that you vote for this to happen, especially since more citizens will come out to vote at least fivefold and save San Antonio taxpayers from $500,000 to over $1 million. Here's your opportunity to be an honored patriot and do what is right for the citizens of San Antonio. Please support enhancing our democracy for our community. Thank you.
Jack Finger, followed by our final speaker, Renee Gonzalez.
Well, Mayor Jones, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, my name is Jack Finger, and you're taking up the idea of moving elections from May to November. I see, a couple of advantages, but mostly negatives in this one. It would definitely avoid the fiesta area of time. It would also avoid the Texas legislature, in case you need to go up and back and forth to Austin. But I also see whereby this is going to place pressure on putting in these elections, city council elections, as partisan elections, Republican and Democrat, Ms. Gonzalez. Yeah. Also, but I also see many negatives. You say this is going to increase voter participation. I really do not see how. Why? Because of this. What do we have now? We have May elections. They are coupled with school board elections, where you at least have names and faces of people running for school boards. What would you have in November? Maybe some bland state constitution amendments. Maybe. You say it's going to save money? No. I say the same reason. You've got the cost of service here, coupled with school board elections. What would you have in November? Maybe some constitutional amendments. It doesn't work. No. But the biggest bugaboo I see is this, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to serve an extra 6 months in office. We, the voters, did not vote for 4.5-year terms for you. No, we didn't. So what are you going, you're going to say, well, Jack, the state legislature gave us this option. What are we going to do about it, Jack? We can't, you want us to just quit? Well, that might be an idea. Here's a suggestion. Add an amendment to this resolution saying everyone who is in office in May 2029 shall resign. Yeah, resign. Why not? You said you're only going to run for 4 years. We expected that. In a random act of character and integrity and truthfulness, yes, Mayor Jones, I suggest you say, I hereby, Mayor Jones, I resign here in May 2029. A couple followed by Councilwoman Carr and Jalen and Phyllis and Edward and every single one of you. Yeah, resign in 2029. You're going to say, well, Jack, what's going to happen there? We couldn't have any council meetings. Right, I would finally get a 6-month vacation. Yeah.
Renee Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. I'm sure you're glad to see the last speaker up here. My name is Rene Gonzalez. I am a District 7 resident. I have attended the town hall meetings. I have spoken to neighbors, friends, colleagues, and the positives have all been laid out before me by the scores of speakers. The concerns I heard the council members had were due to cost, had to do with the school districts, had to do with extended terms, and community input. I think it's been shown today that you have plenty of community input. You've had plenty of community organizations speaking for the resolution. I am also for the resolution. One of the things that upset me the most today about the testimony in front of you was when the one speaker that was speaking against the resolution mentioned that we shouldn't have it because that's too much information for the voters. When I was a little boy, I went with my grandfather. I remember him paying the poll tax. It was $2 to $4 then. When I was 15, I went to work in the fields, work in the watermelons. 2 hours into it, I realized that I was getting paid $1 an hour, and what it must have cost my grandfather to pay that money to vote. I made myself a promise then that I would vote as often as I could. My grandfather was 78. He was still working in the fields at 78 when I was 15. The opportunity to get more people to vote is something that we should not let pass. And by the way, that timer should be up front to facilitate us keeping track. But I am for getting more people to vote. I think you have the opportunity to push this forward It's an opportunity of rare bipartisanship at the state legislature. If you have some issues, personal issues with your fellow council people, put them aside. Think of the people that are going to be benefiting from this, both in terms of cost, in terms of time, and in terms of participation. And it's our responsibility, your responsibility, to make sure that the voters know what they're voting for. That's what we have to focus on for the next election. Thank you.
I'm actually going to recognize two more folks, Araceli Herrera, followed by Deborah Ponce.
Es en español.
Sí. Do we have a translator?
Por favor.
Mayor, we do. Just give us one moment.
Okay.
Un momento, por favor. Deborah Ponce, do you want to speak first while we await the translator? Thank you.
Sí.
Hello, thank you. My name is Deborah Ponce. I'm a District 4 resident. I'm also a climate justice organizer for a group, a nonprofit called Public Citizen, and member of EcoSA. My perspective as a parent and a community organizer is what I wanted to share today. I'm speaking today both as both. I have a 25-year-old son who grew up voting with me. From the time he was young, he was part of the process, coming with me to polls to see the civic engagement as something that we just do as a family. It's something that matters, and I think all of us parents, a lot of the ones in my circle, try to do this. All of this continued to happen until he went off to college. At that time, city elections have been in May, and so my son was studying at UT Austin. During the finals, which is May season, he simply couldn't afford the time to come home and vote. November elections, on the other hand, were doable. It's at the beginning of the semester, and he could plan for it. So that's something I wanted y'all to think about. Now, I want to speak about my other role as a climate justice organizer. Texas weather is no longer what it used to be. With climate change, extreme heat has become unsafe and very common, especially in May. Holding elections during the hottest months creates real barriers for voters, especially parents with young children and seniors. There's also a new legal issue that has popped up in our state, in Texas. It has become a felony for anybody to hand water to a hot voter in line during the May extreme heat. It's dangerous, and I mean, if your intent to give the water isn't to influence the vote, that's not illegal, but how are you going to be able to prove that intent? So it continues to be dangerous. And last thing I'd like for you to consider is business owners. Many business owners offer paid voting hours. My company does, my nonprofit does. We get paid 4 hours. So our companies are paying 4 hours to all of their employees twice a year. And now that's going to be reduced to once a year for all the voters, all the business owners throughout our city. That's huge savings for our business owners who are, a lot of them are struggling right now. So those are a few of the other ideas that I thought of that weren't said earlier, and thank you for allowing me the time to to speak. Thank you.
Ms. Herrera.
Buenas tardes, gracias. Para la comunidad migrante pobre, olvidada, pero muy trabajadora, hoy más que nunca cada elección es sumamente importante.
Good afternoon. Well, for the migrant community, very poor and forgotten, but very hardworking, today, more than ever, is a very important election.
Porque estamos siendo golpeados, enfrentando políticas hostiles que los del hielo tienen permiso hasta para matarnos.
Because we are being hit by facing hostile policies, even because ICE has permission to kill us.
si exterminar de miedo a la comunidad trabajadora, consumidora. Les pido que solo tengamos una sola fecha para que no se desperdicie ni una elección.
Yes, that is to be killed with being frightened. The hardworking community, the consumers. We all, I'm asking you that we only have one date, just one election, so that we don't miss any vote.
Porque necesitamos un cambio de políticas, necesitamos igualdad, derechos humanos, equidad, igualdad, hacer una sola votación.
Because we need a change in policies. We need equality, human rights, equity. To make just one election in November is going to help us survive.
Sobrevivir, que vamos a tener cambios porque hoy solo resistimos, estamos siendo golpeadas porque todo está muy caro.
Today we are only surviving. We are being hit because everything is very expensive.
Estamos en la disyuntiva de si pagamos la renta o comemos o compramos medicinas, tantas otras cosas.
We have to make choices and see if we're going to pay the rent or we're going to eat, if we buy medication or we pay everything that we have to pay.
Tenemos la esperanza que si logramos un cambio tendremos igualdad, se gastarán menos recursos que se desperdician en 2 votaciones.
We hope we can get some more equality in things. We have resources that are going to be wasted. We need those resources to educate and not to close schools.
Gracias.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker. Is there a motion and a second for approval so we may begin discussion?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. Councilwoman Villagrán, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the speakers who came out today to speak. I would like to go on the record, and I know she's not here with us, but to have Dolores Huerta here, who's a hero of mine, and to understand that there are many reasons I'm here, but one of them is because seeing her in a video, watching her use her voice, I knew I could too. So I remember the first time I saw her and I was like, she's a brown girl like me. And to come full circle here, to be able to sit and have her speak and ask us to vote, and to vote unanimously on this decision. Many of my colleagues know, and those of you who are sitting on this, politics is about opportunity. And what we have right now is an opportunity to move an election to November in the odd years, for the time being, in the odd years, and have the opportunity not have to go to the state and lobby for this in the next session or the session after that. And while I hear loud and clear your concerns, I think within the next 4 years until 2029, we can address those concerns. Even the ones about us staying an extra 6 months, because I said, hey, let's give an extra 2 years to the candidates that are going to have to term out. We could work something out with a charter amendment if the people want to. But right now, we know the numbers are out. It's called political science for a reason, is that we get a better turnout in November because we instill, and I taught elementary school from the very beginning that election day is in November. So this is what children learn, this is what they understand, this is what they're programmed to do. Whether it's an odd year or an even year, they know that there's an election day in November. So this is about voter turnout at its heart. The state of Texas needs to do a better job of getting voters out. This is not a party issue. This is a getting people out issue. We in the state of Texas are falling behind other states that are smaller than us but get more attention. Why? Because they have a larger voter turnout. And that is what, wherever you sit, and we're independent, or this is a nonpartisan race up here, and I'm Team Texas. Texas needs to do better. And if we can help the state of Texas to do better by moving our municipal elections to November, because we know people will come out and vote for a municipal election, we should do that. I understand this feels rushed. I understand we're going to have to do some work to bring the school districts along, and I've got Harlandale, San Antonio, and Southside to contend with, and I'm willing to help anybody on the dais with their school districts that sit outside also. But I sent out a poll, and it was 3 questions. 3 questions, and the answer was yes, no, or unsure. It doesn't matter if we move the elections. And it was a week, maybe plus a few days, and it ended. And of my voters, because this is holiday season, of voters or community members, because we didn't ask, 124 responded, and 91 said move it to November. So that's 73%. So I am sure mathematically, and this is a small universe, and I did not even poll my seniors, and I had my senior party with over 400 people, but I did not take them the survey because I felt it would be slanted because they were having a party. But I'm sure if we go in or we do this, and I know y'all want input, but the input is going to be the same. It is just going to be the same. What we have right now is opportunity. So I hear your concerns. I'm here to help, and I ask that you vote, and we can get this unanimously, that everybody sitting on the dais that takes a vote votes to move the elections to November. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to take a moment to thank everyone who came out today. It was a long session, so please give yourselves a round of applause. And I want to especially recognize all of those who have been doing this work on the ground for a very long time. And I'd especially like to extend my gratitude to Ms. Dolores Huerta, an icon in the civil rights and labor movement. I also remember in high school watching a video about various civil rights movements and watching her play such a major role. And so it was an honor to get to hear her speak. She has put in her time and made our state and country much stronger and much more equitable. And I feel it very deeply in my heart and spirit that she felt our community here in San Antonio was worth her time, effort, and presence. It means something to me that organizations like League of Women Voters, Move Texas, Radical Registrars, Southwest Voters Registration Education Project, COPS Metro, Act for a Say, Texas Organizing Project, Unite Here, former Councilwoman Berrio Sobal, who has also put in her time to make our community better and pave the way for many of us to be here today. And I know this list is not exhaustive, there are so many more. It means something to me that the people who have committed their lives to this work, that they want this move. I want to say I've previously heard my colleagues dismiss some of the arguments that we heard today because a few of you have referenced turnout in November of even years, which isn't on the table. So I want to be clear, y'all know this will be in November of odd years, right? Yes, okay. So y'all are still supportive? Okay. Just wanted to do that double check real quick. If we convened a stakeholder group, it would consist of members of all of these organizations. Many of us have put out surveys, like we just heard from Councilman Villagrán, and we're seeing that the vast majority of our residents want to see these elections be moved. Sure, we may prefer elections to be consolidated on cycle, but that's not on the table, and it will not be for the foreseeable future. A charter amendment where we ask voters to vote on a change that then relies on us to go lobby for state action, and then asking the state to approve the change and extend the deadline for us again, only for us to take another vote, is not only unlikely, but it is also passing the buck. And it'll be passing the buck to each of these organizations who made time to be here today to organize again and again when we could make their job so much easier right now. Voters elected us to do all of the little day-to-day things, be knowledgeable, and cast votes on the mundane, but they also expect that we will vote in their best interest, even on a time crunch when it matters most. Future action is hypothetical, and it is not on the table. What is on the table is what we saw this past November. Over 100,000 voters who otherwise would not have shown up to the polls cast their votes for not just our county propositions, but for statewide constitutional amendments. We have an opportunity to not just increase the number of people voting on city council and mayors and some school board seats, but they'll also be voting on statewide issues. It was asked earlier if it was an option for another city to move their elections from November to May, would they? And the answer is probably no. So I want to share a little anecdote with y'all. In 2010, a majority black board was elected to the Sumter County School Board for the first time in history. Black residents showed up in record numbers to have their voices heard, and it worked. However, 1 month after the election and before the new candidates could take office, the board voted to change the district lines, add 2 new at-large districts, and move the elections from November to May. Now, why would they do that? Because voters in May are whiter and more affluent, and you'll often hear the claim that this is an informed electorate. But what it really means is that these are the preferred voters, and they are the historical voters who have been targeted time and time again. And anyone else who is going to show up in that election will have to go out of their way to become informed and have to go out of their way to vote. Candidates will have to knock on doors twice as often to get unlikely voters to turn out, and it's because of every barrier designed to prevent them from coming out in May. May elections occur outside of what we know to be voting season, and most voters do not know an election is happening. We hear it at the doors constantly. Every May, oh, there's an election happening? I just voted in November. You heard it how many times today from speakers? May elections also directly conflict with academic calendars and impose higher opportunity costs for, as we've heard previously, working class voters navigating end of school schedules, child care disruptions, and summer transitions in a way that does not exist the first week of November. You heard about the heat, you heard from healthcare workers who expressed from their perspective the barriers that May elections pose. And I want to end with some numbers for y'all. We put out a survey to District 2 residents asking for their thoughts, and 82% said yes. Over 300 responses, 82% said yes. I don't know of a single survey with that many respondents that gets that kind of answer unless you just said, do you want more money for District 2? And everybody would say yes. I also looked at turnout from 2015 to 2025 for odd May elections, even May elections, and odd November elections, so bear with me. Our odd year May elections, which include our city council elections, yield an average of 12.8% turnout. Even numbered May elections, which feature bonds, primary runoffs, Alamo Community College trustees, and state propositions, see 5.18% turnout. November of odd years, largely with just constitutional amendments on the ballot, sees almost 10% turnout, double that of a May election. With damn near nothing on the ballot, our constituents will show up in November of odd years at a rate that rivals our May elections, our city council elections. I also looked at turnout in 9 precincts at each of the 6 colleges, UIW, Trinity, Olu, Tamusa, St. Mary's, and UTSA. These are the 9 precincts in the city made up primarily of students. We see turnout double in November of odd years for constitutional amendments compared to May of even years, even when there is even more to vote for, such as, again, like I said, primary runoffs, constitutional amendments, and Alamo College's trustees and bonds. So if we give voters something to vote for, could you imagine the turnout that would happen organically, all because we eliminated the barriers that exist in May? I know many of my colleagues came here with an idea of how they'd vote, and I do hope that many of you were moved by the comments that we heard today. I would hate to return to the days of citizens to be ignored. I hope my colleagues who champion issues of human rights, labor, and civic engagement recognize this as the opportunity it is. So for me, this is a very easy decision. I will be voting yes, and I hope that today this council does the right thing and follows suit. Thank you.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the members of the public. And as I mentioned during last week's conversation, elections are pillar to our democracy, and discussion and action on changing when our residents participate in elections requires thorough due diligence. I believe in good governance and key principles of public participation, which requires dialogue with all of those impacted and involved. There is power in convening, debating, disagreement, and etc. And one area of concern was hit on by Julia. What we know that 4 out of the 5 ISDs that have their elections in May of odd years are in District 5, which is very unique in comparison to other city council districts, that we have 4 that would be impacted by this decision. With the exception of Edgewood, but theirs is in even years as cited. They have higher participation, but it's in an even year, not an odd year. Now, as a council member who supports public education and has gone far enough to the Texas Capitol to challenge the defunding of our schools, this is a discussion that we should be having in coalition and in coordination with our independent school districts. Again, my area of concern was hit on by a couple of members of the public who touched on the importance of public education. And further, when attending SEISD closure meetings as an observer, because I'm not a school board member, there were several instances in which members of the public, District 5 parents, raised their hand and said, "Where's our councilwoman? We need our councilwoman to fight along our public schools." And luckily, I was there to say, "Here, taking note, ready to fight alongside you all." So what's important is that District 5 residents are tired of electeds passing the buck. And me saying, SISD, Harlandale, they could figure that out on their own, is unacceptable, especially when we know the state of public education in the state of Texas and how we continue to see public education defunded by the state. You know, the school board member that gave public comment today, he emphasized that it's unclear, it's not clear the costs associated with this action today, but what is clear was the conversation that I had at a Roosevelt Neighborhood Association meeting last night with a parent who said, "Terry, I need to sit down with you because they're having conversations about the nearby feeder school on closure within the west side of District 5. And we're also concerned, and what's clear is that because of the defunding by the state, this parent has seen her school going from having one librarian to one librarian she's sharing with multiple campuses to no librarian within her child's elementary school. And that's unacceptable. And what's clear is that we cannot throw our independent school districts to figure and fend on their own. Yes, they will figure it out, but we owe it to the children of this city that we collaborate and bring all stakeholders together to come upon a decision in coalition, in coordination. And I cannot serve on an educational opportunities committee while taking an action that's going to potentially take dollars out of our public schools. Now, going back to the point that this is unclear, there's opportunity for us to get the data and input from our superintendents, from our school board members, to ensure that we are not going to leave them to take funding out of the classrooms and into other parts of the budget. I believe we owe it to San Antonio residents to work in coalition and in coordination, again, for the betterment of our schools. You know, what's also important to highlight is that through this conversation, I agree with the overall intent of today's deliberation. I agree with some of the speakers who gave comment today that highlighted there's a lot of community members who are missing from this room. And I value that there's District 5 residents who did have a one-on-one conversation with the mayor in terms of this initiative, but all District 5 residents, all 146 residents that I represent, deserve and expect and demand that same conversation. So I believe it's important that we continue to have these conversations, work with our state delegation on how we can materialize changing the election dates. But this is something that should not be made without the masses. I do find it quite ironic that we're talking about voting, but saying we don't need to take this to a vote. And I think there's importance in ensuring that we have the conversations with residents all throughout the city about what this means to their elections and ultimately how they elect their representatives. This is a representative government, and I do not take lightly having such a hasty 18-day conversation about how we elect our representatives. A couple of other pieces I think that are of value to highlighting. I want to thank Rebecca for giving me the survey, and this is something that we've also heard from District 5 residents who are supportive of this change, is that it's going to save $800 to $1 million. So I did have a question for city staff, or Debbie, our city clerk who oversees elections, in terms of cost savings. With the analysis and looking at the history, will we be saving $800 to $1 million with action today?
And just for clarity, that was a question I posed to the city manager, and that was his initial response. So with that.
Yes, Councilwoman. So the anticipated savings or estimated savings that the city manager provided to the mayor was anywhere between $800 and $1 million. That said, it is difficult to determine what those savings will be, as we don't know what entities will be participating during that election. So that was just an estimate that the city manager provided at the time.
And thank you for that, because as Eric mentioned, right, it's uncertain, and as our ISDs have mentioned, it's unclear. And when we're taking such a huge action like changing our elections, it should be very clear. We should have those solid core numbers in front of us and making a decision like we are proposed to make today. Now, again, I do share the intent of this conversation. I appreciate all the academics who gave public comment today. There's this really good book called Mastery Adrift, Professional Class Liberals Since the 1960s. And it talks about the invisible and the disappearing voter, right? And this made me think about something my colleague brought up last week in terms of low voter turnout, in terms of marginalized communities. And it made me think about in May when I was knocking on doors to a registered voter who said, I'm not participating this time because I have a mixed status family and I'm worried that my action somehow will put me on a list to be targeted by Homeland Security, right? So highlighting that, yes, we could go to folks who are engaged, but there's a lot of concerns in why people are not participating in municipal elections. Further, we also know that the United States and Texas incarcerates more folks than Russia, Korea, and any other nation. And what that comes are groups of individuals, classes of individuals that we see in District 5 in particular that are excluded from participating in elections. And while the state of Texas is unique in that if you're done with parole, 2 years off of parole, you can participate, the majority of folks don't have that understanding. And I was talking to someone in the historic West Side off of Guadalupe, just introducing myself, catching up, shared what I did. They asked how I got my job. I said, I knock on doors, right? And we talked to engage voters and get them to participate in the process. And I asked if he was registered to vote, and he said, no, I'm a felon. And I'm like, well, are you off the papers? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, if you're off of papers, 2 years off of papers, you can register and participate in the process. He's like, I'm not gonna touch that, not risking going back, not gonna touch that. So I think while we're talking about engaging low voter turnout, we have to talk about the disappearing voters. And I know many of y'all touched in terms of folks, the voter suppression with the ID laws, so on and so forth. But I believe, that's where we should continue to advocate to ensure that we could bring more individuals into the process. But I believe, going back to the key point, it should be done in collaboration, in coalition with key organizations and institutions, especially our independent school districts, given how we continue to see them divested, defunded. And again, going back to the conversation with the parent yesterday, not only did she highlight that the librarian no longer existed at Rodriguez Elementary School, and it's the parents that now have to stock the shelves, but she also pointed to the asbestos in the windows, right? So again, this is something that our kids are inhaling, breathing, and then of course not having access to libraries within their schools in District 5. So I look forward to having more conversations about if this is a priority for council to continue to work with our state delegate agency. But I did have some more questions that I'll circle back in terms of how council comes up with our legislative agenda, how councils prioritize what are our priorities, and again, emphasizing that through that practice and process, our team works with Jeff, works with Sally on what our priorities are, and then we follow those bills and we track them so that way we're not caught off guard and left with 18 days to make an important decision. But I'll circle back to ask those questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everybody who signed up to speak today and folks who have filled out the District 6 survey, as well as reached out to my office directly and to myself directly by phone call, by email, in person. I really appreciate the conversation we're having here and overall about this particular point because it's something that I'm very close to. As I talked about last week during our B session, prior to being on council, a lot of my work was being a deputy field organizer for Texas Freedom Network, doing a lot of voter registration, canvassing, voter turnout, getting the pledge to vote cards ready, making sure that people were going out to vote, particularly young voters, whether they were at college or not, on campus or not. That was the work that I've done. And it was just until last year that I stopped being a VDR because I started doing this thing called campaigning, and it became very tough to make some time for that. But it is still something that's very important to me, and I still have VDRs who work for me in my office because we are committed to making sure that people have access to vote here in our community at any election that comes around. I really appreciate the whole conversation about the data and the turnout. I think that is our goal. That is my goal, is making sure that as we are if we are looking to move elections, no matter whether it's an even year or an odd year or whenever it is, that we are moving elections so that we have increased voter turnout, not just in a election that is already low turnout, but in the actual number of participants that we're looking for here, right? That means people who don't traditionally vote. To me, that means looking for working class voters, means making sure that voters of color, making sure renters, making sure young people who, again, who don't traditionally vote in our local elections, do turn out. And what does that, based on the research, including the ones from Common Cause, from Dr. Marshall's research, from the University of Chicago's research, from Tufts University's research, what we know turns people out, particularly folks who are not engaged in the process or who don't typically vote in local elections, is a couple different things. One, it is timing, right? We know for sure in November elections, people do turn out more. It is also resources and competitive elections. When there's races that are more interesting because there's more competition, folks turn out to vote. When there's more inspiring candidates, people turn out to vote. When people with a lot of resources or the elections themselves have more resources to turn people out, mailers, phone calls, door knocking, people turn out more. It's also polling access, right? Having a polling site nearby you where you live in your community is very critical to make sure that you go out to vote as well. And today we're talking about the timing, right? And on the timing point, as I mentioned, the November election is when we know turnout is higher. When it's in an even year, we know that for a fact. Well, this past election was a big different, right? We know that the November 2025 election that we had was a lot higher than our own municipal election and any other constitutional amendment election in the past probably 10 plus years, primarily because there was resources invested in it, $12, $13 million invested there to bring out canvassers, to bring out more folks. It was a competitive election, high media attention, high interest in this conversation. So we saw more turnout, which is great. The same thing can happen in an even year election regardless, because there is always that media attention, there is always that focus, there is always that voter engagement, there is all those things happening at the same time during an even year because it's aligned with the federal election or at least a state election, a statewide election with a candidate on there. That's what the data shows. In the Is Timing Everything report by Dr. Marshall and Dr. Lappy, it states very clearly, like other studies, we find that turnout is dramatically higher in mayoral elections held concurrently with midterm and especially presidential elections compared to those of off-cycle years. That's just clear. It doesn't matter when it's November or if it's in May or if it's in the summer. It's in odd years that we see the same typical regular voters who always vote in these elections, a small amount, turn out to vote in them versus young voters, versus working class voters, versus people of color, versus renters. And so that's what continues to make me struggle on this issue is that point. If our intent is to get folks out to vote who don't traditionally vote, we have to look at even years. And of course, we know our options are limited. We know that. The state law is very limited, making sure that's only odd year election that we can do. And I guess my point there on that is that no matter what happens today, whether this motion fails or goes forward, I believe it's critical, and I'm asking everybody on this council, all of my colleagues, as well as folks in the public, folks I've worked with in the past, folks who I continue to work with every single day, that we keep pushing. We don't settle for this one. As difficult as it may be, getting our state delegation together is going to be critical in that moment, but it's important that we continue moving forward to move to even year elections if we want to see turnout increase. What I don't want to do is I don't want to sell people this idea that we'll see a massive turnout, because the data does not show that. It does not show that we'll see a massive turnout in November. We may see a marginal increase, and that's fine, and we can have that conversation about that, and I think it's an okay thing to talk about. But if our focus is to get these folks who traditionally don't vote in these elections to turn out in our local elections, we've seen it done already. Just last year when we had this election about our city charter amendments, right? About these things that were not candidates, they're ballot propositions, they're about our terms, they're about our pay, they're about city workers being able to vote or being able to politically participate in elections on their own time. When we had that in November of 2024, an even year, a presidential year, 400,000 people voted on each one of those propositions. That is a 4 times, roughly, increase of what we normally see in our own May elections. Compare that to when we see any other kind of November odd elections, it's completely down, 9%, 2%. And so I'm hopeful that by moving this election, we can see an increase there, but I'm worried that's going to be the same group of people. That's my big concern. Is that a win for us? Saying that this election that's already low turnout is going to now have new turnout, but it's the same people who were just voting in May earlier that year. If that's the case, what did we effectively do here? Am I hopeful that it will create that culture of voting? Yes, I do believe that. I participated and organized National Voter Registration Days, Last Day Register to Vote, Constitution Day actions at UT, at UTSA, at SAC. I've been part of that work before, even at Texas A&M University, where there was a lot of pushback from the administration to allow us to even register voters on campus. And we still did it. And we did the pledge to vote cards, and we did the turnout. And because there wasn't the resources there on the focus of the election, because it wasn't competitive, because it was in an odd year election, we didn't see the youth turn out in that same way. And I want that to happen. That's the reason I'm here. I want to see that happen. But we know when it happens is when it's a big election in an even year. 2018, 2022, 2020, 2024. It just isn't in those other elections. And it frustrates me that that's the kind of the focus here, and it's become that conversation about this will be the maybe not silver bullet, but it'll be a big step in that direction. I don't know if that's true. And it pains me to say that because I don't think it's true. I don't see the data on it. We have a limited amount. I know Mesquite's the one kind of exception, and I appreciate that one too. And it's still even then 10% of their turnout. The increase was double, but it was to 10%. And so I'm just trying to make this best decision here on this with the data that we have and the information that we have. With the data we've had for 40 plus years from multiple researchers from across the country, from organizations that do this work every single day, who have identified this issue already, and it's always been about even years. And we're stuck with this solution. I get it's not our choice to have this one, but I don't know if it's worth moving on that point for that very reason. I think I felt the same way earlier this year with one of my first big votes around the term sheet for the sports stadium, sports entertainment district. And during that conversation, I had to weigh the kind of feeling that I have now of my love for this particular entity, right? This is the Spurs. For this, it's voting rights and making sure that we're doing this. But is this the most effective way to do this? Is the data clear that we're looking at? Are we going to be responsible to our community by doing this action? At that point, I said no for that point. No data supported the fact that municipalities funding stadiums would bring economic development. I still think that's true. I still have not seen data change on that. If anything, I've seen it increase on that. For this issue too, I think it's very similar. Maybe not the same thing. I think there's different things we can do here, right? We can do a lot more on this than we can do with that one. But I think it's the same kind of thought process I've been going through about what kind of data are we using here? What are we looking at to make our informed decision? And so that's why I've been torn with it. The ISDs are important to me as well. It's something that I talked about frequently about my role at the Education Opportunities Committee. But the real heart of this has been the turnout piece. I'll leave my comments there, and I may come back around just to make my decision, but that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Alderete Gavito.
Thank you. I also want to thank the speakers who came out today. Thank you for y'all's engagement on this important issue. I want to start off by saying this. Every single person on this dais has a shared goal of increasing voter turnout. No matter where we're at on this argument, all of us want to increase voter turnout. I think there's I hate this phrase, but there's a couple different ways to skin a cat. I need another phrase. But we do have all of that in mind. You know, I think about my past, my previous role as board chair for Move Texas, and I know Councilwoman Castillo, Councilman Galvan, several of us, Councilman McKee Rodriguez, have a background in organizing and registering young voters. So again, no matter where we're falling at on this argument, we all want to increase voter turnout. That being said, you know, I did host a town hall 2 weeks ago. We did get resident feedback on it. We all left with more questions and answers. We had a B session last week, and as Councilwoman Castillo asked, and I had asked last week, we can see that the cost savings is there's a big question mark there. You know, so if we're doing this, it is not to save money or for the city budget. The other concern I had that I've shared is that I feel very uncomfortable extending all of us unilaterally voting to extend our own terms by 6 months. We're here at the will of the people, and so for us to just extend our terms from 4 years to 4.5 years feels extremely icky and wrong to me. This is not transparent, and I think that contributes to residents feeling that local government isn't transparent. One of the big things that I feel that has been missing, one of the big pieces of data that I feel has been missing is that when we do talk about other major Texas cities who have voted on, or who have looked at this, it was voter approved. And so for us to rush through this decision and not have our residents' voices at the table also feels wrong. I feel that we should and figure out a way that we can get residents' input, not just through our onesie, twosie surveys and not just through our onesie, twosie town hall, truly get residents' input on this change. I do have a few more questions, Jeff Coyle, if I can call you up. If the council decided not to approve this, but to take it to the voters, would we still need approval from the state legislator?
If the council, if you took it to voters in the chart, yes, you would still need a legislative change after the deadline at the end of this calendar year.
Okay, and how would we go about getting that approval?
Well, and maybe this answers the question Councilwoman Castillo said she was going to answer. The next legislative session starts January 1st of 27. During this calendar year, we will be putting together a proposed legislative agenda to bring to you. I know you all know this, but for the public's standpoint, we at staff don't advocate on the positions we think are right or wrong. We go with the direction that this body has given us. So the mayor has established the governance committee as the council committee to have those initial conversations. We usually do a B session. We then bring it to full council. You approve. And if this were an item that was in that, then we would go out and seek authors to file a bill and work all session to shepherd it through the process.
Okay. Would the process be the same to try to move our elections to November of even number of years like Austin did?
So when Austin moved it in 2012, I believe, the legislation that passed in 2011 actually didn't specify odd or even. It just talked about moving from May to November. So they chose to move it to the even year. The bill that passed this year, this past session, specifically said odd numbered years. So if it were a desire of the body to move it to even years in November, we would just seek to have that language filed.
Got it. So we could take this to the voters in May of 2027 in a charter election and simultaneously work with our Bexar County delegation to get a bill passed so that this would be complete in time for the 2029 election. Is that correct?
I think that works right. Well, Andy looks like he's going to answer the charter.
Councilwoman, because of the recent charter vote, the nearest election we can have for a charter change is November of 20.
No, it's
May.
May.
Sorry, May of 2027.
Yeah, May of 27, Councilwoman. So because of the date at which the election happened in 2024, the November date, 2 years, the next 2 years away, the November date happens before that date. So you have to wait till May of 27 for the next charter election.
Yeah. Okay. So then that is correct that we could complete this in time for 2029 elections.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. And to that end, this has been a very rushed process. I think, I think the newspaper cited that between the mayor's town hall and my town hall, we had 100 people there. We've been doing surveys. We've all been getting some emails, but, I have not had time to talk at my monthly coffees with the councilwoman to residents about this. I have not had time to talk at neighborhood associations. We've only been able, December's busy with holiday events and holiday parties. And so we haven't had a well-informed discussion with residents about this. Again, at my town hall, all of us left with more questions than answers. And I do think, and Julia, thank you so much for being here, because I do think that, and as Councilwoman Dr. Secor hosted that town hall with our school districts, we're also still left with more questions than answers. We don't have complete or firm information to make one decision one way or the other. So, I want to be clear. I'm not necessarily opposed to moving our elections in November. I think it's a worthy ideal. Let's hash it out. Let's work through it. But more importantly, let's work in partnership with our stakeholders, such as the independent school districts, to say, how can we do this together? How can we do this right? It doesn't need to be rushed. As y'all just heard, we could still do this in time for the 2029 elections. And so I think it's San Antonio is built on relationships. San Antonio is built on partnerships. It doesn't make sense for me, for us to rush through this change when we could take time to do it right with our extremely important partners in the school districts. So, you know, I'll be voting no today, but I'm open to continuing this conversation and making sure we do this the right way. Thank you.
Councilman Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Dolores Huerta for being here today. It was an honor to have her in our chambers here at City Hall. And today I noticed there were probably more D4 residents or connected people to District 4 that came to speak today than any other time since I've been here, and there weren't that many. And that just shows me what's interested to our folks there in D4. You know, the former councilman spoke, and I do respect the Colonel Gallagher, and he talked about the fact that May is good for District 9 and 10, and that's great. We want high voter turnout for everybody in San Antonio, but basically he said, it works for us in May. We have a great voter turnout. It doesn't need to change. And D4 is historically the second lowest voter turnout district in San Antonio, historically speaking. May elections represent a status quo that simply just doesn't work for my people in District 4, and half of the city, geographically speaking, actually. So I have a responsibility to try to do something to make it better. And, you know, I started off before this was even an option for us, right? I got elected and I told all my interns, I said, okay, guys, we're gonna go block walk, not for the campaign, but to let people know who we are. We didn't look at voter data. We went to neighborhoods, maybe some neighborhoods that felt ignored, and knocked on doors and passed out information. We hit about 5,000 doors, which was almost equivalent to the people that turned out for my election for District 4. And so community engagement, it has to be one of my top priorities always in D4. And so we have to try to do something, right? So I did a poll as well, like everybody else. You know, I got pretty minimal responses, but vast majority said yes. Attended about 5 neighborhood meetings that I got to go to this month. It was a common sense solution to all those folks, right? And that's a minority of my district. Of course, that's a percentage of 1%. But these are people that go to neighbor associations every month, that try to do the work to get the rest of their community on board. And so I truly value their input also. Former ISD trustee, I completely get the concern for our ISDs. I'm very sensitive to that also. I had to pass a budget when I was in an ISD, and it was, as the superintendent put it, the hardest budget he had ever seen my first year there. And so I understand that. But you know, something that's interesting to me is the city council has never turned down a utility rate increase. Over the past 10 years, all these rate increases we have passed, what's been that cost to ISDs? We've never ever brought up Northside ISD to the podium and say, Dr. Kraft, tell us how the CPS rate increase is going to affect all your schools. Tell us how the SAWS increase is going to affect all your schools. It's never been done. I imagine it will be done this upcoming time, but it hasn't been done before. When we pass affordable housing development projects that are LIHTC or PFC and are property tax exempt for school districts, we don't ask the superintendents and the schools, right, what that impact does to them. Now, of course, these projects could mean additional students to their school. Of course, we recognize that, and they're typically supportive. But we don't talk about the fact that that's a decrease of tax revenue that they're going to get. And so I completely understand that, and I understand, you know, ISD's coming and saying they're concerned, and it's not easy for us just to say, well, figure it out and move it. I understand that point also. But I also need ISDs to be equally as concerned about voter registration in their own high schools. Every high school in Bexar County needs to have voter registration tables at their school. And I know from several folks that I know here who do that work, A lot of schools are not cooperative with that. They don't want that. They think it's too much of a burden. They don't want to deal with it. So I understand when elections impact the bottom line and we have to do a fiscal impact analysis and from fiscal responsibility, but we also have to care for folks in the schools to register to vote and become citizens and participate in their own schools. We had a great student, former student here from Edgewood ISD, who now is on the board of Edgewood ISD and ran as soon as he graduated high school. We need that in more places in San Antonio. And so, for me, this decision was actually pretty easy to make. It's about trying to give a chance. It's about hope. It's about opportunity to move an election from May to November, just a few months away. But we know that folks know November is the time to vote. And so I appreciate, everybody, the stakeholders, they're here, they've spoken. These are people that do this work every single day. And so, I heard the question about, voter approval. All of us up here are technically voter approved, right? And we just passed a consent agenda with over 20 items. How many of us went to our community and talked to them about all these items that we pass every single day? So, I understand voter, input, and there will never be enough for any decision, really, if you really think about it. But I think this is a chance and an opportunity that's given to us, and I think we have to meet the moment. And I think we have to do our best to try to make change. And changing the status quo isn't easy, and there's a lot of things that go along with it. But when you make the right decision and you do what's right, everything else kind of comes into place. Right? And so, there's been concerns about, the bond market's going to flood if we change the date. We can make that happen. We can coordinate that. Right? Northside ISD, I think they passed their bonds in even year May. When the last city council and voters decided to change the term limits from 2 years to 4 years, that omitted an election participation with Northside ISD and other school districts. That topic did not come up at that point. They wanted the 4 years, not the 2 years. It made it happen. ISDs were not considered in that decision. So we always have to think about our public schools. We always have to watch out for them. We always have to do our best to help them. They also have great leaders and school board members also, right? And there's sometimes decisions come upon us that you got to make a decision. And we all know our districts very well. We all represent them. Sometimes you got to make a call. And you got to do your best with engagement, but you have to make the call. And so, I'll be supportive of this today. I hope my other colleagues will as well. But I think it's a step in the right direction. It's not perfection, but we can't let trying to be perfect ruin a good opportunity for us. And so that's where my head is. I respect all of my colleagues. I think everybody is very intentional and has some really good thoughts and intentions behind them. And we all want the same thing. We all want our districts to be 100% voter turnout, even if that means maybe we don't come back. But I think we owe it to half of the city to try to do something better. So thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone that came out and spoke and everyone that's still here listening to our conversation continue. So as I'm hearing my council colleagues talk, and I'm sure as you guys are hearing it too, I think what we're debating about is not what we care about in terms of democratic participation, but how we govern. And to me, how we govern is just as important. And making sure that we are being a collaborative entity with our local partners. When I got a chance to host the meeting with the ISDs on Monday, one of the comments that was made from a school district leader was, "Thank you so much for asking what we think," because we don't do that enough. Unfortunately, we have operated as separate entities for so long, which is actually one of the reasons why I ran for this position. Because coming from public schools, there are so many school districts. So as was mentioned earlier, some of us represent multiple school districts, and it makes it much harder to collaborate and work because each of those has their own governing bodies. But at the same time, when I ran, I was running on the principle that it is important for us as a city to work together with our school districts to make sure that we move together as a community. And so what we heard from them was uncertain. We don't know. Up until last week, we didn't even know how we were paying for, what the breakdown was for these elections. We were told actually one thing initially, that it was based on number of registered voters, and it turns out it's actually the number of precincts. So there was so much misinformation that we just didn't have because we haven't really dug into this before. We get our bill, and so we know what we're paying for our elections, but we've never looked at what every other governmental entity is paying. And so it took us a little while to even get that research, to understand even just what the impact would be to them. And I think we owe it to our local partners to help all of us understand impact before making decisions that affect all of us. So that being said, I talked about this last week, and I had a couple of things that I wanted to really look into and make sure we fully understand before making this decision. And so obviously the first one was costs. It didn't come up today a lot from the presenters because I think we've come to an understanding that the costs were misunderstood, unintentionally or not, and we don't actually know how much we're going to save. We only spent $470,000 on our May election this year, and that's because there was an Alamo City bond election. The max, May of 2023, we spent $630,000. So the likelihood that we save $800,000 to $1 million by moving to November is very unlikely. But in fact, November elections for the last 2 years have costed more because they're trying to increase voter access. So the last 2 November elections have costed between $3.3 and $4 million. So our percentage was actually higher for the November 2024 elections rather than lower. Going back to the initial point where it just depends upon what's on the ballot. So potentially we could save some money, but potentially we could be paying more. But even if we're paying more, if we're increasing Democratic voter participation, that would be worth it if we were paying more. But at the same time, we also have to look at what this does to the school districts. So if the school districts don't move, their costs could increase, but more than likely what they would do is decrease the number of polling sites available. If it's just north side on the ballot, they're probably not going to open up all the polling sites on the south side, which means we're just minimizing voter access in the sense that you can't vote on the south side if you live in the north side, for example. So again, what one of the trustees said, it's uncertain. We don't know what the impact is, and I think we should work with them to truly figure out what would this mean for them. And the second thing when it comes to is turnout. So I spent days digging into this data, looking precinct by precinct, because if it truly just meant that in November you vote more, we would see that across election to election. And unfortunately, we don't see that. We don't see in November off-year election an increase in voter turnout in the city, aside from this past year, which was because of the props. So what we see is that people come out when there's money being spent for an issue they care about, and not just because it's November. And I dug into the 2023 data, again, precinct by precinct, because the numbers of registered voters that were shared here today, some people were saying 1.2 million. That's actually registered voters for the total county. So COSA is a good chunk of Bexar County, but not the whole. So Bexar County voters was 1.2 million registered, but we actually only have about 830,000 registered for November of 2023. And our voter turnout was still 11%. So all of that to be said, voter turnout in November, I could not find any data that would show that just because it's November that people automatically come out without a reason to. Now, our voters would definitely move. So I asked for studies. I said, anybody send me data that we could prove this. And when I talked to Professor Marshall and Zoli, thankfully Councilmember McKee Rodriguez helped set that up for us yesterday, and we talked to the 2 professors, because I actually looked up their studies as well, and the definition that they use for off-cycle elections is principally defined as those that are separate local elections from the intense atmosphere of national elections. And all they could show us to say that you would see an increase was what we see in our even year elections. We saw a huge bump in our charter turnout because it was on a November even year election. So the one city that council member mentioned that we did find was Mesquite. That's the one place that we could say, okay, it was May before, and now November after in an odd year. And we looked at their turnout, and their school district didn't go with them. So both the school district and the city of Mesquite in 2017, before they moved, had a turnout of 7% from what we calculated. Their city municipal elections did increase by about 4 to 5%, but their ISD turnout dropped to 4%. So it cut in half because their city left, which goes back to the question that I asked to Professor Marshall last week. It's not just about cost for ISDs, because as council member said, I agree. If it's an additional $50K that they have to take on, there are sometimes situations where we have to make votes that, yes, it's unfortunate, but they figure out a way to take that on. But if we truly care about democratic voter participation, that should be across the board for our local governments and not just for our cities. Because what we know right now is that we are trying to see a state-mandated control of our local school districts. So imagine if our SAISD voter turnout now cut in half. So that's what I saw from Mesquite, which worried me the most. It's not just the cost, but it's also us taking our voter base from our school districts and moving them to November, where they may not go out and vote for their trustees who do really important work. So those were the concerns that I saw. I wasn't able to, and like council member, if we were able to change this to a November 2024 election, I think there are other things we would need to consider, like how we raise funding. I think we need to go back to the Charter Commission and see if there's a way that we can address some of the other issues that have come up in the Charter Commission. But at the end of the day, to just increase voter turnout for City of San Antonio and isolating our school districts doesn't seem to me like we are caring about local elections as a whole. And as we would hate if the state preempted us, I would hate to be the entity preempting our school districts to move, because that's what we decide is the right thing to do. I think we should be working together with them to say, hey, let's do this together. Let's truly cut our May election out, figure out the right time to move, but let's collaborate rather than saying, sorry, this is what we decide today, so you got to deal with it. And that's where I am today. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman White.
Thanks, Mayor. Democracy is built upon the idea of free and fair elections. And as has already been stated here, every single person on this dais wants increased participation in our local elections, without question. But I want to really talk about the different elections that we're actually talking about. First, moving our local elections from May to November. First, I want to compliment everybody on this dais, because the work that I've seen put in and the research that I've seen put in by every council member leading up to today and in making their decision has truly been remarkable. And that probably goes doubly for Councilwoman Kaur, because she has really dug in to the data, and I don't think anybody up here knows and understands the data and has looked at the data between May and November elections in odd number of years more than she has. And so I think when we look at moving from May to November, could it slightly increase the turnout? Maybe, maybe not. Could it save us money? Maybe, maybe not. The issue here for me, though, is the elections that we've had this past May and the election that we had last November. Because last November, we had a charter election where the voters of San Antonio said that our terms should be 4 years, not 4.5 years. And this May, the voters of San Antonio went to the polls and they elected us to be here through May of 2029. And what's ironic to me is that we are here today to talk about elections and getting people to participate, because we all know that elections matter. The will of the voters matter. What voters say should be the final word. And yet, if this council were to move forward on this today, we would all be, without any voter participation, giving ourselves 6 more months in office. A 12.5% increase in our term without ever having the voters say, yes, you can be up here for another 6 months. We would then be allowed to participate and vote in the 2029 budget, when no voter went to the polls this past May and contemplated any of us being here to vote on that budget. I have not heard one argument today as to why it's okay for this body to give ourselves 6 more months in office. And when we talk about voting, I think that the biggest reason folks don't go out to vote is because they think it doesn't really matter. What's my vote going to do? What does it matter who's sitting up there? And if they can't even rely on the fact that when they go to the polls, we're only going to stay in office for the amount of time that they're there to vote on, that we can just unilaterally give ourselves more time in office, I think that is going to further the distrust in the voting process. We don't have to do this today, as Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito pointed out. You know, somebody said earlier, we got this unexpected gift from the legislature that would allow us to do it this year. Well, last week at the B session, I think it was Mr. Paterick who was giving the presentation, and he told us that in 11 out of the last 17 legislative sessions, somebody's gone to the legislature and asked them to do the same thing the legislature did here, to allow a city to move their elections, and 11 times the legislature has said yes. What happened this past legislative session, people were actually calling it the Dallas bill, right? Because what happened in Dallas, I think it's really important to note, what happened in Dallas is they had a vote. More than 300,000 people voted in November of 2024 in Dallas on their Proposition D, where the voters went to the polls and said, okay, council, we're okay with you moving the elections to November, even if it extends your terms. They took it to the voters. Then they went to the legislature, asked the legislature to put this bill into place and pass it. The legislature did, and then Dallas went and moved their elections. As Councilwoman Aldrete Gavito mentioned, that's the exact same thing that we could do here. The voters deserve an opportunity to weigh in. And you know, there's been this talk about, and I hear people talking about the arena vote, right? The arena was first brought up, I think 10 months it was before the vote on the term sheet. 10 months it was out there for the community to discuss and debate. Then after the term sheet was approved, every single person on this dais had, I think, 6 weeks or so, and held multiple town hall meetings in their communities, in their districts, where they could hear from the voters. And then there was a vote. The people of Bexar County got to go to the polls and vote basically on whether they wanted the arena project to move forward or not. None of that is present here. We got an email, I think it was the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, when this whole idea was brought up. And now a few weeks later, we're supposed to vote to change how our citizens elect our local officials and give ourselves 6 more months in office? I want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I think this is a worthwhile discussion. And as my colleague, Councilman Galvan has brought up, and how Councilwoman Spears brought up last week, you know, maybe we should be looking at moving this to November of even number years when we know for a fact that the voter turnout will be greater. I'm not sure. And I'm not sure what the citizens of San Antonio think about that either. But what we should do is take the next year, talk about it with our residents, see what they think. And then if this is something we want to move forward on, if we want to ask our citizens about November of odd number years or November of even number years, let's take it to our voters. Let's see what they say, and then if they're for it, let's go to the legislature, do what these other cities have done, get it passed there, and then we can come back and have this conversation after we've had adequate time for community input and after the citizens of San Antonio have gotten to have a say. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everybody that's been here. It's been a long day for a lot of us, and a really long 21 days that we've been talking about this with residents. I've had a number of phone calls with community leaders. I've talked to residents as much as I could. I was just at a holiday lunch with a number of my residents that are appointees to my boards and commissions. And there was a lot of misunderstanding of dates and time and money, and it was to me a good just a reminder of how complex this conversation is. And for me, my concerns that I've thought about in these last 21 days is around the process that we have laid out for folks, the lack of community input, the impact that this has on our ISDs. I'm in District 8. We have got a good portion of Northside ISD in that. I share that with 6, 7, 8, maybe a little bit of 9, no, not 9, 6, 7, and 8, but that is the 4th largest school district in the state of Texas. So bringing them in, I think, is key. I will say I have heard school districts complain about rate increases. They may not do it here, but they do it at CPS. They do have voter registration tables with Youth Do Vote. And so they are participating in any way that they can. And it's not to point out what they're not doing, but I think this is an example, too, of a democracy that maybe they weren't brought into the conversation 2-3 years ago, but this council is bringing them in. And we should, I think that's a big deal when you've got a lot of council members here who are saying, hey, what are they thinking? And we have an education committee that I'm so supportive of. I'm glad to see it here because I think that is important as we grow as a city, especially again with these large school districts. And 2 of the largest ones that are on this May cycle with us, San Antonio ISD and Northside ISD. I think obviously we've talked about the lack of clear cost savings here. If you were to look at the May 2025 election and the November 2025 election, that is you could send that to any political science class and you can dissect that thing through and through. There's a lot to learn from that in that our May 2025 election had over 20 mayoral candidates and 116,000 people participated in that. That's voter fatigue. It's a lot of folks. And folks stay out because they're going to say, oh, let me just wait till there's a runoff. 2 people are obviously going to make it. Let me see what happens there. And we saw that turnout in June. 142,000 people came out in that June election. We saw a November 2025 election that folks point to, but it is, I said this last session and I'll say it again, it is an anomaly because of the money that was spent in that election. Again, to me, another proof of, if you take that to any political science class, they can just run through those 2 elections and really talk about how do we not just focus on moving an election date, but everything that encompasses that. When we talk about filing fees, when we talk about dollars that we can ask for donations, all of that matters. Houston, I know we talk about Houston having a November odd year. Houston is also double our size and has a strong mayor form of government. So, and different in a whole lot of other ways. Mesquite, Texas has been brought up. I have more residents in my district than Mesquite, Texas. And so there's just a lot of questions here. And I think for me, I believe in a democracy that communicates with our community, especially when it comes to something that will have an impact, not might have an impact, it will have an impact on our voting rights. I think these are conversations, and I've seen Austin, Houston, Dallas. I actually watched the Dallas Council meeting last night, November 12th. They started this conversation in 2023 with the Charter Commission, and that vote took them about 45 minutes. It was quick, and it was unanimous. And a lot of the same concerns were raised. I mean, really, it was interesting because what you think you hear in San Antonio, you're not sure if you're going to hear it somewhere else, and it was almost verbatim, the concerns that folks had. But after some of those council members that voiced concerns, they always ended it with the will of the people. And the will of the people is what got them to that vote. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to take those same steps that Austin took, that Dallas took, to ask the voters. These are large, for me, I think this is, voter-led charter changes should occur through our Charter Commission, rightfully so, because we want the community to tell us what they want. When they want to raise our salary, we want to ask them. When they want to change our term limits, we should ask them. And when we want to change election dates, we should ask them. And so that's what I'm trying to wrap my brain around right now. We have a very important vote here, but we also have a lot of other business that this city needs to tend to. And we've got a lot happening in this next new year, and I hope we get this same amount of interest as we tackle through a sports and entertainment district, bond elections, baseball stadiums, convention center expansion. There is a lot on the table, plus my own District 8 neighborhood, which I do not want to forget about, because that's who put me here, and that's where my focus needs to be and will continue to be. So thank you to everybody that came, that participated, that had conversations with me, that I called, that they called. I'm still getting text messages right now. And so I'm wrapping my head around all that, and that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spears. Thank you, Mayor. John, I have a quick question for you. Sorry. So what steps can or are we planning if this were to go through regarding candidate filing, voter education, election administration, if we looked at any of those things?
Yeah, so absolutely we would do some voter education outreach. The last slide kind of highlights that we'd work with C&E to ensure that folks know that there would not be an election in May of 29, but there would be an election in November. And so that public education campaign would need to be planned. It hasn't happened, right? But we know we need to do that. The election filings would need to shift a little bit. That work has not been done yet, though, Councilwoman.
Okay. So I've put an enormous amount of time, that's it, thanks, John. I put an enormous amount of time and thought into this topic.
And I've been solely focused on what my district is telling me and what they want to see. I'm solely focused on increased voter participation. I did reach out to my constituents. We did a survey starting on Friday, a district-wide survey, and we received 743 responses. And this is telling me so much that my constituents are paying a lot of attention to this, and they really care about this decision. I happened to have a Mornings with Misty scheduled, and I did get to talk with constituents face-to-face. I did talk to my community leaders, and I was shocked at the result. Only 13% of the respondents said that they opposed changing this election schedule at all. And this means that nearly 9 out of 10 of the participants supported moving away from May elections. When my voters told us that they preferred instead, the message was clear: November elections made more sense. There was an even split between even and odd-numbered years. November itself received very strong support. Moving elections from May to November puts municipal races in a time of year when voters are engaged, already informed, and are in the habit of showing up. I don't think this is a perfect solution. We are under some serious constraints from Texas law. I do think that this is a practical step in the right direction. I think this vote will reflect the best option available to us today, but it does not close the door on future legislative changes. I know I'm going to work tirelessly to advocate to move this to even years. I think that that is clearly the right move, but my constituents said they want November, and this is what we can do right now. I think it's a responsible, incremental reform. It aligns with what my voters told me and what we can legally do today. I do want us to be clear about how we measure success. I think we need to be looking at turnout, participation trends, and continued community feedback. And I'm willing to reassess that as needed. But at the end of the day, I think this does reflect constituent input and demonstrates that I am listening and responding to the people that I represent in District 9. And I think this will force us to make serious changes to move us to even year November elections. Thank you.
Councilman Villagrán.
Thank you, Mayor. Great discussion. Appreciate everything that was heard. But Jeff, I want to bring you up here because we alluded a lot to Dallas, and as I mentioned in the first speak, this is about opportunity. Dallas now took almost 2 years to do this process, and they did have a charter amendment vote. Is that correct?
Yes, the charter election happened first, and then they went to the legislature.
So I want a full timeline for this council. So what it would look like for us is we'd have to do a charter, and John, you can step in if I'm wrong, but what I'm looking at is the earliest we can do another charter vote would be next November.
Yeah, so the next available chance to amend the charter would be in May of 27.
So May of 2027.
Correct.
And then the legislative session starts when? When's the next legislative session start?
January of 27, ma'am.
So we wouldn't even be able to go in the 27 session. We'd have to wait till the 29 session to see and get this moved?
I think they could.
No, a bill can be filed.
A bill could be filed, but how?
But no, an
what's
election
the guarantee that
an election to change the charter wouldn't happen until May. So that would be almost to the end of the session. But
what would it look like if we put a bill forward and then the charter failed? I am just trying to figure out when the earliest this can go, and I would rather go to the legislation, the state ledge, with a charter amendment in hand. And that would be 2029. Because what would be the point of having an election in 27 if the state says no?
Right,
you
I'm
know
following your timeline. So if you wanted a voter-approved charter change first before entertaining
Yes,
the idea
that's
with
what
the
I would want.
legislature, then you're right. The next session will start January of 29.
So we're looking at January 29. Okay. And again, that's my whole point in terms of opportunity. The other thing, and I don't know, Jeff or John, if you could answer this, these school districts, we've got 16. If we move and we're like, we want to help you move, their school board could say, no, thank you, we're staying in May. Is that correct? We can't force a school district to move with us in November?
It is up to the school district when they have their election. There is a state requirement that they have their election with one of the other entities I listed earlier, right? But
Okay.
yeah.
But, and so the only...
I can read those again if that would be helpful.
No, I've
Okay.
got it here.
Okay.
Okay, and that is the kind of crux. It would be different if we had 2 or 3 large school districts. We've got 16, and I mean, I hear Councilman Castillo's concern also, and granted, it's a lot easier for me to look at my 3 school districts that I have and say, I'll go out there and help them rally and get what they need to move to November, but I know it's harder for others. But I just wanted that clarified, Jeff, because, so what's the guarantee? Let's say we move it to 2029. Is this going to pass? Do I get what I want and we move to November? What are the odds?
Are you asking, would the bill pass?
Yeah. What are the odds?
There's never a guarantee with the legislature. We've all seen that over the years. So, I mean, historically, this has not been a controversial issue. As was said before, it has passed many other sessions. But there's a saying at the Capitol that there are 100 ways to kill a bill and only one way to pass it. So, there's certainly no guarantee that the legislature approves it again.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make that clear because I didn't want people walking out and saying, oh, before this is going to happen in 2027. I think I would think that we would really want that charter amendment in hand before we go to the state ledge and let them know that we're serious. Because you know how busy they get, and I don't think they're going to take us seriously if we're just like, we're eventually going to do a vote. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the input, and I look forward to voting on this very soon.
Okay. Has everybody spoken on this issue that'd like to speak? Councilman McKee Rodriguez.
Sure. There's a few. I'll do it this way. So I think that there is an opportunity here. If we were to vote yes on this, there's at least 4 years between now and our next election, if it were to be in November of 2029 and this passes. During that time, during those 4 years, we have plenty of time to figure out a way to address any of the concerns of the school districts, the 4 or 5 that will be impacted. They can stay in May if they would like. They can move to November if they would like, except for those, of course, that we're the only municipal body that they align with. Then we have an opportunity, I think, to do what we ultimately want to do, and I think this comes from Councilman Spears, right? Is that it'll be odd if we don't know if the state will say you can move it to November of any year. And so if we go to voters with a charter amendment that says we want to move it to even year of November, and it's less likely that the state legislature will pass that, then one, we've just confused our voters because they voted yes to moving to November of even years, but then the election happens in May of odd years anyway. And so here, I think, if we were to move towards November of odd years, we know that it's a marginal improvement. I would make the case that we are here for as much good as we can get, whether it's transformative change or it's marginal improvement upon a system that is built to disenfranchise us. We can then focus our efforts on moving the election from November of odd years to November of even years. And I think it will be significantly easier. I think it addresses the concerns that we have. I want to touch on this one issue just because it bothers me. We've seen a number of us have been able to meaningfully engage in our communities on this topic. And we've seen people go out of their way to engage and to remain here for going on 5-6 hours. We know that the community wants to move towards November. It sounds like they may even be split between November of even years and being at the bottom of a really long ballot, or being in November of odd years where it's an additional November that they have to go vote. regardless, you know, if you wanted the engagement, you could have gotten it. You could have issued a survey, you could have done the town hall, you could have reached out to your voters. There were folk who actively chose not to make a decision or dug their feet in. And so I challenge the idea that we did not have enough time to do community engagement on this when we rushed a vote before even knowing what was going to be on our term sheet. We keep bringing this back to Project Marvel. I wanted to keep it as distant as possible from that, but we didn't put our contribution up for a vote to voters. The county did. We did not. And so I challenged, you know, the idea of this community, and even then, so many folk had town halls after the fact where it was trying to convince voters that Project Marvel was the right thing to do. Yes, was the right thing to do, and that this was going to yield XYZ thing, and it was going to be entirely paid for by the Spurs, and they were going to put in 1.5 billion. It was so much convincing. All of the town halls leading up to the vote, in which we put that we said yes to the term sheet. Almost every amount of community engagement that we had said, no, don't do this. And so I challenge that. I really struggle with it. There's also something deep in my spirit that is bothering me, and I've been thinking about how I want to go about saying it. And I will think about it from the perspective of constituents who are going to be reading whatever news. So I'm looking at the media box, right? So there's 3 ways they're going to look at this, and 3 ways that it's going to be posed. It's going to be, man, Mayor Jones lost another vote, and the council just, you know, she hasn't been able to corral council around this issue. And it's less that than the possibility of this thing, which I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe it's the second thing, which is that relationships on council are really strained and people are unable to get over their disdain for someone in order to cast their vote. I've had a number of conversations with a few of y'all, and I don't want to believe that's the case, and you've said it's not the case, but that's the way it's going to be posed. And the third thing is that maybe you genuinely believe the things that you're saying on the dais, and there are arguments against every piece of it. And I do feel as though straws have been grasped at, because we've had people here. None of us know more than the dozens of organizers who came out here to tell us that this was the right move. No one. And you can look at all the data in the world. The people who do this work tell us that this is the right thing to do. The researchers who are in this field tell us that this is the right thing to do. And so if it comes down to school districts, we can work with them. We have 4 years to do that, and they still have to figure out what's going to happen in 2 years. Should we not have a bond election? Should we not have a charter election? And so let's do it, y'all. Thank you.
Okay, has everyone spoken that would like to speak on this issue? Okay. Let me reiterate my thanks to everybody that took the time to be here today and share your thoughts and share your experiences, your decades of leadership and experience on this particular issue. My mom always reminded me, like, just because it's new to you doesn't mean it's new. Right? And we heard that time and time again from folks that have been working on this issue and understand how it's connected to so many other things that are critical in our community, from housing to infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. At the press conference earlier, a reporter asked me, well, you know, Gina, what would this have meant for you in your election? I don't know, and I don't care, and it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, this is bigger than any one person and any one election. This is about our community, and our government and our democracy works best when we hear from the most people, from most neighbors. And lots of data shows the odds of that are highest when it is in November. Yes, in an even year, the highest, but higher in an odd year, just because, again, psychologically, people associate voting with November. The timing isn't perfect. But you all have received, we have all received letters from national voting rights organizations, letters from community members that have worked on this issue, support from 5 former mayors that have spoken about this. We have also seen and should put weight on the experience of Houston and Dallas and Austin. And this idea, well, you know, Dallas did it a certain way, so we've got to do it that way. You know why you don't see a lot of telephone polls in certain parts of Africa? because they didn't need it. They just jumped to the solution that was available at the time, which is cell structure, right? And so we have the opportunity to get the benefit of what Dallas has without, frankly, having to go through all the machinations. It's going to be the exact same benefit. They had to update their charter because the date of their election, municipal elections, is in their charter. But everybody that takes this step cites the same two things. It saves money and it's higher turnout. I was just at an event on over the weekend, earlier in the week, and sat next to a councilwoman that sits on the council at Windcrest. And she said, I know you all are looking at that. We did that years ago because it saves money and it's higher turnout. And while we might not know the exact savings, in our community, everybody that has taken this step has cited the savings as a reason. Dallas, $432,000. Even if we get half of that, the things that we could invest in that are much more material and consequential to the people in our community. I can appreciate, right? I can appreciate the desire to see data, but we can in fact not prove the counterfactual. We cannot say that we haven't seen something, the benefit of this in November of an odd year. We haven't done it yet. We haven't done it yet. What we do know, though, is that communities that have moved from May to November, they haven't seen fewer voters. They haven't seen fewer voters. And we know, as Dr. Marshall explained last week, there are fewer barriers in November, fewer barriers to vote in November, right? So you've got all these groups that work, like Radical Registrars and so many others, that work between May and November to register more voters. So you're already going to have more folks. You've got all those groups that then work around the November election to increase turnout, increase engagement. You don't have as many distractions as we just talked about, Fiesta. And there's the psychological, again, impact of folks vote in November. So the absence of barriers lends itself to higher turnout, even if the data shows that even though the data is absent, but it's exactly absent because we haven't done it yet. I don't want San Antonio to look backwards. Austin, Houston, Dallas. It is inconceivable to me that any community is going to say, the third most impoverished city whose municipal election turnout is ranked 45 out of the top 50 cities knows better than the rest of us about how to increase turnout in municipal elections. That's not a thing. We cannot let process get in the way of progress. Dallas worked on that change for 10 years. 10 years they worked on that. Go talk to those councilmen. I talked to Representative Anchia about how long they have been working on that. The legislature, getting a law change, how difficult could that be? And it's not guaranteed, as so many folks have articulated, as our own staff has articulated. And why would we add something to their plate when we have a long list of other things we need them working on? Why would we not just take advantage of this opportunity if we understand the benefit? Some of the other options about how to do this, it's almost like let's go to HEB by way of Paris, right? Like, why would we make this harder than it needs to be when the benefits are so clear? And it is not clear we will have this opportunity again. I do want to foot stomp the point because it also, frankly, grates on me about this idea of this is not how we should govern. With respect, some of my colleagues asked to vote on a term sheet to sign our community up for $489 million before they saw the term sheet. before they saw the term sheet, got the draft on a Monday, and voted on that 72 hours later. You know what didn't happen in that 72 hours? A town hall, a survey, $489 million they signed folks up for. So please, on this idea of public engagement, you can spare us the lecture. This is an and. As many folks have described, this is an and. We can take this step forward now and try to do whatever is possible in the state legislature. But again, with a legislature that has, redistricted mid-decade, right, is making it actively harder for folks to vote, it seems inconceivable and quite unlikely that we would have this chance again. So we should take advantage of this moment. On the ISDs, I think it's really important when you look at the data. 17 ISDs, this would only impact 7 when we take away those ISDs that are not in city limits, that already have their elections in an even year, or those that already are in November. And of the 2, Alamo Heights and Judson, most of those are not in the city limits. In this last May election, 4 of those 7 ISDs had a turnout of less than 2,500 voters. One of them, and to include one who canceled their election altogether because all their candidates ran unopposed. Why would we hold up the benefit of additional turnout in our community when, again, this is a choice that the ISDs would make? They don't have to have low turnout. They don't have to have more expensive elections. They can join us in November. And as mentioned several times, they don't have the same deadline that we do, right? They don't have the same deadline. But at the end of the day, I'm not on the school board. We need to do what's best for San Antonio. And this isn't an issue of the ISDs being left behind. It's an issue of the ISDs making a decision that they understand to be in the best interest of their students. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed. It's not. We have an opportunity to help people today. Help people today. Today we were reminded by people like Dolores Huerta, Maria Berriozabal, so many that have been working on this issue, that we stand on the shoulders of so many. We were reminded of that. We were also implored, frankly begged, to be the shoulders upon which others also stand, not be the barriers that make it more difficult for the next generation. That's what we were fundamentally asked today. Okay. So with that, you have heard from the community, you have heard from groups, and hopefully we have the courage to listen. We will take a roll call vote. Good. Yeah, please state, when the clerk calls, please state aye or nay.
Councilmember Cora.
Nay.
Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Munguia.
Aye.
Councilmember Castillo.
Nay.
Councilmember Galvan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alderete Gavito.
Nay.
Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez. Councilmember Spears. Councilmember White. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Get that done, David. Great. The motion carries. We'll take a 15-minute recess. All right, the San Antonio City Council will reconvene. Following recess. Yep. Let's move on to item 5. Madam Clerk, please read the caption.
Item number 5 is an ordinance amending the construction manager at risk contract with Hensel Phelps Construction Company to establish a guaranteed maximum price GMP of $1,309,702,171 for the construction of the new terminal facility and enabling projects at the San Antonio International Airport. Funding is from the airport grants, interim airport financing, the passenger facility charge fund, and the airport improvement and contingency fund included in the fiscal year 2026 capital budget.
Great. Staff, please make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, this item represents a critical milestone for the San Antonio International Airport Terminal Development Program. Specifically, this item will set the guarantee maximum price for the construction of Terminal C. With the approval of this item, this project continues to be on schedule and within budget, and the goal of delivering the construction of Terminal C is to be completed by mid-2028. So with that, I'm going to ask our Airport Director, Jesus Sáenz, to make a very brief presentation for this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jesus Sáenz, Director of Airports for the City of San Antonio. As has been outlined, this is about bringing an action item for y'all's approval with regards to not necessarily the budget, but more importantly, the capacity of what we're doing with the existing construction manager at risk. As we look at that, this action is to, bring the GMP as we bring forward the guaranteed maximum price from our construction manager at risk to the total sum of $1.309 for the construction and the work to be completed. It is included in the existing FY 2026 through 2031 CIP process and in the budget as we move forward. As Maria stated, it's on schedule and it's on budget. I've shown this Gantt chart a number of times just to demonstrate where we are at. We've come on a number of bases to you all to present at B sessions to tell you exactly where we are throughout this process as we move towards the terminal opening. This demonstrates that we have reached the guaranteed maximum price that we are working on with the construction manager at risk right in the timeline that we expected to be at. How did we get here? We went through the strategic development program. We went through master planning. All of that initiated advanced terminal planning, as you see the road that we were going through. We built a team with an executive program manager, a master architect, a construction manager at risk, and began to move forward. That happened in late 23, early 2024. And then we chose the construction manager at risk to begin working as we move forward. For clarity, the definition was the delivery model that we selected was to go through what's called a CMAR, a construction manager at risk. And they're responsible for the management and the cost controls associated with everything that we're doing with construction and coordinating and working with the master architect that we selected throughout this process. They work for us and work as a primary point of contact for everything that we do as we coordinate all of the work that's being done for the new Terminal C. The guaranteed maximum price is an enormous milestone for us as we look at the word construction manager at risk defines specifically that. We are transitioning the risk. We have completed the design work all the way through 90% of where we are doing now construction work on the new terminal. And the guaranteed maximum price, the risk turns over to the construction manager, the CMAR, at risk as we move forward. They're responsible for including the cost, the labor, the materials, as the costs move forward from this point on as we get approval for this council action. The strategy has been the same for us as we move forward. We brought this in late December, early January of 2024. We awarded the CMAR contract not to exceed $1 billion. We brought that because at that point in time, at 15%, we didn't know specifically what the cost was going to be. We had estimates, but we didn't want to just put a number out there and say this is what the cost is going to be until the due diligence and the work was done to ensure everything was going to move forward the way we are today. That was approved in the CIP at $1.4 billion, and we've been maintaining that effort as we move forward. As we got to 60%, which was in March of this year, earlier this year, we received information from the airlines. They wanted to add another gate. They wanted to add additional lounge space. We wanted to add the connector to connect the garage as we move forward. All of that was added. That added about $200 million to our overall budget. At 1.69 is the total that you will see in the budget books that we brought forward in October of 2025 this year. So that was at 60%. We were at 1.6, and the budget was approved at that amount number. We are now at 90%. We're not changing the budget. It still sits at 1.69. We've established the guaranteed maximum price as outlined in the $1.3 billion. It increases the capacity from $1 billion to 1.3, and that's our ask today. Not for any additional budget, just to increase the capacity to bring this to closure as we spend the next 30 months building out the new terminal complex. I'd like to highlight the importance. We're on schedule. We're on budget. It's an incredible milestone as we've done a lot of work. I give a lot of credit to the team that works with us as we've worked with the master architect, Corrigan engineers, and as we've worked with Hansel Phelps, who's doing the construction. They've worked collaboratively throughout this process, and our team has done a good job of doing the due diligence to ensure we meet this milestone. We are on schedule to open the second quarter of 2028, about 30 months away. Our recommendation is to approve the CMAR for the amount not to exceed the $1.3 billion with Hansel Phelps for the construction of Terminal C. And I'll leave you with one last piece. The prioritization of these opportunities has always been focused on the local firms. We've had at least 27 events, some that we hosted and some that we were just a part of, that we've been working to include local participation. We've had close to 750 attendees. The packages that we solicited when we started was going to be 20. We increased those packages to get more participation locally, and we've more than doubled that. We're over like 42, 43 total packages that have been released. We've hired 245 employees, of which 80% of those are here locally in San Antonio. A total of $303 million awarded to local firms thus far. That concludes my presentation, and we'll make ourselves available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jesus, for the public that may be listening and just wants to know, at the end of the day, there is not going to be any other. If there are increases in the future, those are all on the contractor, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Yep. Great. Okay. We do not have any members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item. Is there a motion and a second for approval so we may begin discussion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Sorry. Would anybody like to speak on this item? Okay. Hearing none, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 5. Please vote. Motion carries. The next item is the city manager's report. Maria, do you have a report?
No, Mayor, no report for today.
All right, well, with that, this is our last day session of the year 2025, and we're going out with a wonderful Christmas present. So thank you. Thank you to everybody that has worked so hard to make these sessions a success, and I wish you a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. And now the presents continue with zoning. We will do zoning. Okay. The time is now 3:10 p.m. on Thursday, December 18th, 2025, and the City of San Antonio Zoning and Land Use Session is called to order. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Corr. Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez. Councilmember Villagran.
Here.
Councilmember Munguia.
Present.
Councilmember Castillo.
Here.
Councilmember Galvan. Councilmember Aldereta Gavito.
Here.
Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez. Councilmember Spears. Councilmember White. Mayor Jones.
Here.
Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. On the agenda items for continuance, there's an item to continue to the January 15th, 2026 meeting, and that is item number 5. Is there a motion to continue that item?
I make a motion to continue.
Okay. We have several individuals signed up to speak on this item. Okay. Jane Henry, followed by Balthazar Cerna. Okay. Okay. Linda's not here. Okay. Louis Vetter, are you here? No. Okay. Jack Finger, I see you are here.
Madam Mayor, other members of our San Antonio City Council, my name is Jack Finger, and I believe we're on number 5. Is that right, Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item number 5 on the zoning session today is about placing a auto body shop, or giving permission for it, over in Ms. Villagrán. It's in your district there, and it's over on Roosevelt Avenue. The reason I think you, Ms. Villagrán, you should say just no to this outright instead of continuing it is because at the Zoning Commission's meeting recently, you had as many as 4 people speak on this item saying they opposed it. When you know, one is doing good to just get 1 or 2 people to speak in opposition. Now the question is, why did they oppose it? Well, it turns out that the auto body shop had been committing some violations on its previous zoning status. And it was asking the zoning commission to give them forgiveness on this situation. Yeah, well, the residents who live around there, they don't like that. They don't like somebody taking liberties like that. So, and I wouldn't blame them either, you know. I would just urge you to just simply say no to this outright. Thank you.
Is there any council discussion on the item to be continued? Hearing none, there's a motion and a second to continue item 5 to January 15th, 2026. Please vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. The following items are listed for individual consideration. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9. The remaining items on today's agenda will be considered on the consent agenda. Do any council members wish to pull an item from the consent agenda to be heard individually? Okay. Hearing none, and there are no members of the public that have signed up to speak on the items remaining on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay. Is there any council discussion on the items on the consent agenda? Okay. There being none, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, which are items 6 and 7. Please vote. The motion carries. We'll now move on to the individual items. Staff, please start with items 1 and 2.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Agenda items 1 and 2 are a plan amendment and change of zoning, amending the Greater Airport Area Regional Center Plan from low-density residential to urban low-density residential, and rezoning the property from R4 to IDZ1 with uses permitted for 3 dwelling units. This is located at 111 Belfast Drive. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. 26 notices were mailed, 0 in favor, 2 opposed, and there was no response from the San Antonio District 1 Residents Association. Outside of 200 feet, 2 notices were received in opposition. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have 1 individual signed up to speak on this item, Jack Finger.
Mayor Jones, other members of the council, I am Jack Finger, and on this particular zoning case, it happens to be in District 1, Councilwoman Card, your district there. It's about, well, adding 3 dwelling units, adding some more intensity to this area over on Belfast Drive. Looking at the backup documents, I found out that the Planning Commission, the Planning Department staff, thought it was a bad idea. And so did the zoning staff. And why did they say it was a bad idea? Well, they say it, quote, throws out the minimum lot sizes. Yeah, just throws it out. It reduces the setbacks, meaning the residents are going to be closer and closer to the streets, right next to the traffic. And it also waives the parking standards, throws out the standards for minimum parking slots for people who may have to live there. So, yeah, a lot of things not going for this thing, and so consequently, I, for one, who live in District 1, I would appreciate it if you would simply say no to this case here. Thank you.
Items 1 and 2 are in District 1. Councilwoman Cora is recognized.
Make a motion to approve.
Is there any council discussion on items 1 and 2? Okay. Hearing none, there's a motion and a second to approve items 1 and 2. Please vote. Okay, the motion carries. We'll now move on to items 3 and 4. Staff, please.
Yes. Agenda items 3 and 4 are a plan amendment and change of zoning, amending the Southeast Community Area Plan from neighborhood mixed use to urban mixed use, and rezoning the property from C2 with specific use authorization for a car wash to IDZ2 with uses permitted in the C2 commercial district, an office warehouse to include flex space, and motor vehicle sales full service located at 2830 Rigsby Avenue. Staff recommends denial. Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval. Staff mailed 9 notices. 1 notice was returned in favor, 0 in opposition, and there is no registered neighborhood association within 200 feet. Thank you.
Okay. We have 1 member of the public signed up to speak. Jack Finger.
Madam Mayor, other members of the council, once again, I am Jack Finger, and this particular case is in District 3, Ms. Villagran's district. It's about, giving some help to some people who want to put a warehouse and a used car lot over on Rigsby Avenue. And both the planning staff and the zoning staff also thought this was a bad idea. Why? Because basically they said the residents and the stakeholders, I'm just quoting from the backup documents, resident stakeholders do not want the intense commercial uses that the warehouse and the used car lot bring. See, they have to live around this application. Consequently, please say no to it. Thank you.
Items 3 and 4 are in District 3. Councilwoman Villagran is recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the applicant for working with our zoning commissioner and my office on this case. With that being said, I'll make the following motion to approve. And Logan, I read here that Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval. That is correct.
That is correct.
I think, Jack, you were talking about another case. Thanks. So I make a motion to approve.
And it was second. Did you get the second? Second by McKee Rodriguez. Okay, good. Is there any other council discussion on items 3 and 4? Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve items 3 and 4. Please vote. Motion carries. We'll now move on to individual items 8 and 9. Staff, please.
Agenda items 8 and 9 are a plan amendment and change zoning, amending the San Antonio International Airport vicinity land use plan from high-density residential to community commercial and rezoning the property from MF33 to C2 with conditional use for an office warehouse to include flex space. Property is located at 4400 Stall Road. Staff recommends denial. Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval with the following condition: installation of downward-facing lighting. Staff mailed 24 notices. 1 was returned in favor, 1 was returned in opposition, and the Northern Hills Neighborhood Association is in support of the rezoning. Thank you.
We have one member of the public signed up, Jack Finger.
Very good, Madam Mayor, other members of the council. And Madam Mayor, just want to offer a little bit of a clarification. The last item I spoke on, I said in item number 4, the staff recommended denial, and I'm just going by what the wording says over here. So just to let you know where I'm coming from there. So now, on this particular item, items number 8 and 9. It's about placing well, exactly what is it here? Everything is on different pages. Yeah, from multifamily to commercial. Multifamily, meaning an apartment complex on this area on Stall Road, and this is in Mr. White, your district there. Yeah. Well, here, sir, the planning staff said they say deny this, and the zoning staff suggests you deny it as well. Yeah. Other people have different opinions on this, but the reasons these guys say don't do this is because the warehouse allows for commercial encroachment. Commercial encroachment. We've seen that all throughout the city for many, many years there. Commercial encroachment into areas where residents live, and eventually they get discouraged and they tend to move out, and the neighborhood just goes downhill from there. Commercial encroachment, and it also sits well. It's obvious. It sits amid the existing neighborhood residences. It's very inappropriate. Yeah. A lot of what's the word? Bad circumstances. Is the best way I can say it. So anyway, yeah, on Stall Road, just maybe we should say no to what is going to be a future long-term problem for the people who live over there. Thank you.
Item numbers 8 and 9 are in District 10. Councilman White's recognized.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to thank the Northern Hills Neighborhood Association, especially Councilman Gallagher, for working on us on this one. Actually, Planning and Zoning recommended approval with conditions, and so I want to move, which is the downward facing lighting. So I want to make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Second.
Is there any other council discussion on items 8 and 9? Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve with conditions items 8 and 9. Please vote. Okay, the motion carries. That concludes today's zoning and land use session. The time is 3:25 and the meeting is now adjourned.